Hopefully that won't happen this week. We won't need any of that. Could I call Congress to order and welcome everybody to Blackpool. We will now move on to the traditional opening of Congress, which is the banner ceremony. This year, North East Yorkshire and Humber region will be forming the banner party. The Race Network and RMA banners will also form part of the procession this year, and the music for this year's ceremony will be Bob Marley and the Wailers' Get Up, Stand Up. And I call Congress to order for the opening ceremony. Please stand to greet the national banner. Congress in this beautiful hall with all those banners. Thank you. I will now call on Congress to stand in silence as a mark of respect for departed GMB colleagues. Names will be shown on the screen and a copy of the obituary list is on page 8 of the Congress Guide. Please stand if you are able. Thank you, everybody. There seemed an awful lot of names this year, but every one of them may be gone, but then they won't be forgotten. You will find details of the emergency procedures for the venue in the Congress Guide documents on page 6, and this includes the fire evacuation procedure. Durham Lounge has been allocated as a prayer room, but no prayer mats will be provided. Welcome, delegates and visitors. I hope you all had good, safe journeys to Blackpool. We've got many new delegates this year and lots of familiar faces as well. I would now like to introduce the members of the Platform Party. Welcome Sonia Davies, Vice President. Gary Smith, General Secretary and Treasurer. And throughout the week, we will be joined by members of the CEC, the Central Executive Council and regional secretaries, as well as the research and policy team, who will be assisting with the agenda, and other members of GMB staff assisting with Congress. Could I please welcome the following members of GMB staff and all organisations who help make Congress run and be inclusive. So our general member auditors who will be supervising counting of votes are Jane Davis, North Western Irish region, Kevin Fox, North East Yorkshire and Humber region, Stephen Horton, Midland region. Joining us this year to record Congress as our verbatim shorthand writers are Kate, Alison and Joanne. And as you saw on the obituaries, there was Mike Thea, who we sadly lost, who did Congress for many years as the verbatim shorthand writer. This year, we were also joined by sign language interpreters from Interpreted Matters. Please welcome Karen Green, Helen Fawkes and Benjamin Gorman. I would also like to welcome and thank the live subtitle writers from Interpreted Matters who will be providing this service remotely. And other suppliers I'd like to thank as well are Exhibit World, U2 Events, Full Spectrum Printers, and of course Pellecraft, because without these organisations we wouldn't have Congress running quite as smoothly. And of course, a big thanks to Gary Bezier and T5 Event Media, who provide all our staging and PA equipment in the main hall and fringes to make sure Congress really looks and feels like it always does. Most importantly, well, we can give them a clap as well if you want. Most importantly, could I extend a warm welcome to all first-time delegates. It's really lovely to have you here. But welcome back all our delegates who we haven't seen in a few years in person. As you know, a motion was unanimously passed at our Congress in 2017 in support of the total eclipse of the Sun campaign on banning the Sun newspaper from all GMB buildings, GMB conferences and all GMB meetings. This paper remains hostile to our movement, and we shall never forget the suffering it has caused and still causes through its lies and misreporting. Could I also remind delegates that all Congress sessions are transmitted live on the GMB website and YouTube. So please ensure that you refrain from using inappropriate language and from making personal attacks on staff or any individuals while you make your speeches. Make sure you remember to say your name and region clearly for the verbatim record, and so we all get to know each other. Please also mention if you are a first-time speaker, because you will get a big round of applause. So delegates, you'll be able to find all the important documents for the week in your delegate packs, which should include the one-page delegate outline programme and order of business, income and expenditure report, and the final agenda and Congress guide. This document gives you information on Congress motions, CEC rule amendments, Standing Orders Committee guidelines for Congress business, including time limits for speakers, the Standing Orders Committee report number 1, representation statements for Congress, composite motions, fringe events, exhibitions and seating plans. But if there are any changes to the order of business on the timetable, I will give you advance warning. To all regional secretaries, please notify the Congress office of any changes to your delegation, and please use the email address for the Congress office as the first port of call for any issues. The names of all regional tellers are Warren Fox, London region, Rob Wilding, Midlands region, Les Timby, North East Yorkshire and Humber region, Elaine McArdle, North Western Irish region, Lynn Logan, GMB Scotland, Tarina Grover, Southern region, and Suzanne Williams, Wales and South West region. All tellers, you must remain in the hall whilst Congress is in session, and delegates must be in their allotted seats when or if a vote is taken. To see if you are eligible to vote, please look down at your Congress credential. If it says the word delegate on it, then you can vote. If it says anything else, you can't. All others in the hall are not eligible to vote. Moving on to Standing Orders Committee. Could I congratulate Karen Dudley on her election as Chair of the Standing Orders Committee for the 4th time. Well done, Karen, and best of luck. The names of members of the Standing Orders Committee are on page 24 of your final agenda. I would also like to remind Congress that the Standing Orders Committee is made up of Congress delegates, each elected by your own delegation. They are your colleagues and work to ensure that Congress runs to preserve our debate and democracy in this hall. So I now call Karen Dudley, Chair of the Standing Orders Committee, to move Standing Orders Committee report number 1, which is on page 22 of your final agenda. Thank you, Karen.
President Congress, Karen Dudley, London Region, Standing Orders Committee Chair, formally moving SOC report number 1. Congress, before I start, please note item 12 on page 20 no literature is to be distributed within the Congress building without the prior permission of the SOC. President Congress, you'll find a copy of SOC Report Number 1 in your final agenda, starting at page 22. I formally move adoption of that report, and in doing so, would colleagues please note the long-standing guidelines for Congress business on page 17 to 21 of your final agenda. This will help all of you, especially new delegates, in understanding the procedures and guidelines that the President and the SOC work to. A copy of the SOC report on behalf of the SOC will be issued to delegates later today, and further SOC reports will be issued to delegates during the course of the week. I hope this will assist everyone in being able to keep track of decisions such as withdrawn motions. Withdrawn motions. The SOC has been informed that a number of motions have been withdrawn since the printing of the final agenda, and I will read these out now, and we will issue a list later today so that you can keep track of the agenda. There are a number, and I will deal with them region by region to save repetition. North East Yorkshire and Humber, Motion 1, Congress Special Report Time to Speak. Motion 21, Recognition Agreement that Deliver. Motion 34, Protect Lay Members' Democratic Decisions. Motion 37, Modernisation of Expense System. Southern Region. Motion 3, Strengthening GMB Recruitment Processes. Motion 60, No One Left Out, Recognition of Heritage and Anti-Racist Awareness. Motion 110, Show Me the Hours. Motion 128, Generative AI Tools in the Workplace. Motion 164, Local Government. Motion 247, Motion in favour of proportional representation. Motion 263, criminalising protest and direct action and removing democratic safeguards from the legal system. Scotland. Motion 127, protecting workers from artificial intelligence. Motion 163, save our local authorities. Motion 165, AI and automation in local government. Motion 208, use of AI in NHS. Motion 210, interference nursing, is the future to be virtual? London Region. Motion 123, protecting workers from excessive workplace surveillance and algorithmic management. Motion 124, managing technology, automation and AI in multi-drop food transport and warehousing. Motion 126, govern AI to stop on driving job losses and pushing people into poverty. Motion 129, environmental impact of AI. Motion 159, regulation. Motion 174, violence in schools. Motion 233, political representation. Motion 234, political affiliations. Motion 253, community campaigning to stop Reform UK and the rise of the far right. Motion 258, save our playing fields. Motion 306, opposing UK support for neo-Nazis in Ukraine. Motion 308, Ukraine, defence and the rise of authoritarianism and fascism. Motion 309, supporting a united Ireland. Would Congress delegates please note that if any further Congress motions are to be withdrawn during the week, then please advise your regional secretary, who then in turn can inform the SOC. Agreed composite motions. The SOC would like to thank delegates and their regional secretaries for agreeing 14 composite motions that also appear in your final agenda, starting at page 159. Congress, there was one agreed composite motion where 2 or more regions are involved, which is composite 13, public interest environmental reporting, GMB seat on a new water super regulator, and trade union representation on water company boards. The SOC is recommending that each of the regions, besides the mover and seconder, in this composite should still have the opportunity to speak to the composite if they so wish to. This is by way of exception to Motion 8, Speakers on Motions, carried at Congress 2018, which limits speakers to the mover and seconder where a motion is unopposed. Existing policy motions. Congress, in accordance with Congress decisions adopted since 2008, the SOC is recommending that motions which are existing policy are endorsed by Congress without the need for debate, following advice from the CEC on the particular motions in question. The existing policy motions are listed in SOC Report Number 1 at pages 23 to 24 of your final agenda. You may also find it helpful to refer to the detailed report from the CEC, which is at pages 171 to 174 of your final agenda. The letters EP also appears by the side of each such motion in the final agenda. Emergency motions. There are 3 emergency motions so far the SOC ruled in order for debate. They are 1, emergency motion on the Supreme Court ruling on severely disabled people's care from Wales and South West. 2, emergency motion on trans rights following the updated draft code of practice from EHRC 2026, Wales and South West. And 3, hands off Cuba, oppose US economic warfare and escalating aggression. The Congress timetable will be updated and the SOC are considering further requests for emergency motions. The SOC will update Congress accordingly. Motions out of order. Congress, the SOC has ruled that there are 2 motions remaining on the agenda that are out of order for debate. They are Motion 14, GMB Organisation Structure Review, and Motion 15, National Education Officer. Further details of the out of order motions which have not been withdrawn are contained in your final agenda at page 22 to 23. President Congress, I formally move adoption of SOC Report Number 1.
Thank you, Karen. And before I just go to ask if there's any challenges, can I just say welcome to Tushar Singh, who's in our legal team, and it's his first Congress. So welcome Tushar. Are there any delegates who wish to speak on any of the standing orders? Then please come up and say which motions you're speaking to.
President, Congress, Emma Fair, Southern Region. Challenging SOC Report 1. Congress, Motion 15 has been ruled out of order as a staffing matter. We want to be clear, it does not deal with staffing. What it does is set a strategic direction which is firmly within Congress's remit. We're asking the Union to consider a national approach to education so that every region benefits from shared standards and coordinated support. That is policy, not personnel. The motion simply asks that the Union consider a national approach to education, including the possibility of a coordinating role as part of our wider organising strategy. Congress has always had the authority to set policy, direction and priorities. This is exactly what this motion does. It deals with education standards, not employment matters. Regional education officers do excellent work. This motion simply ensures that their efforts sit within a national framework. Congress, this is about consistency, clarity and strategy. Investment in education is how we build power. Please support.
Thank you, Emma.
Good morning, Congress, Madam President, National Vice President. The purpose of this challenge is that the motion was not intended to interfere with staffing decisions. We are challenging the decision because of the serious impact caused by staff shortages across the region, particularly when one or more members of staff were absent on long-term sick leave. This matters because as lay members of the Union, we have experienced the effects of reduced regional staff support. This motion was never intended to create an adversarial them and us narrative. Its purpose is to support both current and future staff. The benefits of additional posts mean that in any workplace, it's reasonable to raise concerns about staff shortages, and the Union should be no different. Creating additional posts would help improve work-life balance and make it easier for staff to take annual leave without guilt, and reduce burnout for those whose workloads have steadily increased. I would draw Congress' attention to the special motion Core Rule 34, which was approved at Congress 1985, where it was reaffirmed the powers of the Central Executive Council, as provided for written rule, is to revise officials' salaries and matters relating to conditions of service. Thank you.
Thank you. I can now ask, if there's no more challenges, no more delegates wish to come up, I can ask Karen Dudley to respond, please.
President, Congress, the rebuttal for both motions is relatively the same. For both motion 14 and 15, these motions are regarding proposals for changing GMB's staff structure. Therefore, it is not appropriate for Congress to debate this matter. It would have the effect of Congress voting on a motion regarding the terms and conditions for a specific sector.
Thank you, Karen. So because there's been challenges, I now have to take individual votes on the challenges and the reference backs. This would put those motions back into the agenda. The CEC is asking delegates to vote against all reference back proposals, but I will take a vote on each one. So can I see all those in favour of supporting the challenge to put motion 14 back into the agenda, please? Hands clearly up. Okay, thank you. All those opposed? That's lost. Okay. Thank you, that won't be on the agenda. And then can I see all those in favour of supporting the challenge to put motion 15 back into the agenda? Hands up, please. And all those against? That's also lost, that won't be back on the agenda. Thank you. And now, because we can take a vote on the Standing Orders Committee report number 1, all those in favour of the report, please show. Thank you. Those against? That's carried. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Morning, Congress. Sonia Davis, first time speaking as National Vice President. Thank you. It gives me great pleasure to call on our President, Barbara Plant, to address Congress.
Thank you, Sonia. Friends, colleagues, comrades, once again, it is my privilege to stand before you as National President and say, welcome to GMB Congress. We are back in Blackpool for the first time since 2009, and what an honour it is to be here in this fabulous winter gardens. But before we get into the week ahead, I would like us to take a brief moment. On behalf of our union, I would like to offer our congratulations to Gary Smith on his re-election as our General Secretary and Treasurer. Also to recognise that this is Sonia's first Congress as Vice President. And to welcome Nadine Houghton as the new GMB Southern Regional Secretary. You aren't going to get away with that, Nadine. Congress. We gather together in this glorious room and venue. The Empress Ballroom that we are in today is 130 years old, only a little younger than our own great union. So many famous events have taken place in this beautiful room. It's held the Royal Variety performance. Political party conferences have graced the building, and the Rolling Stones concert ended in a full-blown riot. So before anyone thinks of coming up here and doing a Mick Jagger tribute, Sonia and I have the right police on standby. Colleagues, we were due to be here in 2020, but COVID stopped us from getting together. That was a dark time of loss and pain, isolation and fear. Thousands died, including brave GMB members who went to work to do the essential jobs that couldn't be done on Zoom at the kitchen table. Retail workers, NHS and ambulance staff, energy workers, school support staff, care workers, and so many more. Our key workers were on the front line, given bin bags to wear because there was no PPE. Devastatingly, some never came home. In March, I attended the TUC COVID Day of Remembrance for workers who died during that time. I met Kevin Sibley from the East of England Ambulance Service, who laid a wreath on behalf of GMB London Region, remembering NHS staff who lost their lives during the pandemic. We will never forget those we lost. We will never forgive those who parted the night away. The emotions we feel are still raw. One of my heroes, Tony Benn, once said, "From the beginning of time, there have been two flames burning in the human heart, the flame of anger against injustice and the flame of hope you can build a better world." Anger and hope, that's what we feel, that's what drives us on. But feeling isn't enough. We need to act, to come together, to organise, to demand, to show the power of our solidarity. The hope for a better world lies in our solidarity. And it's not about giving support because you expect something back in return. It's not a transactional exchange. It is a collective endeavour of class unity, of common shared struggle. The true sense of solidarity is emblazoned on our trade union banners. Mottos such as unity is strength, strength in numbers, United we stand, divided we fall. They tell our story, our bonds with each other. And if you've ever been to Durham Miners Gala or Tolpuddle, then you have first-hand experience of solidarity. The emotional power we feel is inspiring, but humbling too. It reminds us of who we are, what we can achieve together. But our solidarity doesn't just belong in the past. It's a living, breathing force for good, seen all across the globe in countless struggles for a better world. We saw it this year at the Together Alliance March through the streets of London, an act of solidarity against hate and racism. And I'm so proud of our GMB members, reps and staff who showed on that day in the capital that in the face of prejudice and division, love, hope and unity can and will win. I've seen solidarity on my travels around the country, meeting GMB members and reps. In Midlands region, during my visit to a tram depot in Nottingham. In North Western Irish region, when meeting members at Sellafield. In London region, when meeting with MP staff about their One Parliament, One Employer campaign. In North East Yorkshire and Humber region, when being shown around the Haribo factory. In Wales and South West region at the Welsh Labour and TUC conferences. In GMB Scotland, whilst meeting support staff at a school in Inverness for pupils with additional support needs. And in Southern region, during the incredible school support staff strikes. As you know, members in schools are close to my heart. The fight for inner London waiting is being led by low-paid women, who people say won't go on strike. Well, no one told the school support staff in Merton or Greenwich they've taken strike action and will keep fighting until they win. Everywhere in our union, brave GMB souls are raising their heads above the parapet, not for themselves, but for their colleagues. Anger at injustice, hope of a better future, solidarity in action. That's what we do. That's what makes GMB great. It is the organised, collective power of workers that has always brought the change to make work better. Higher pay, paid holidays, safer workplaces, maternity and parental rights, and so much more. Congress, although we have our differences with them, I believe it is only right to give credit to the Labour government for introducing the Employment Rights Act, the biggest worker-friendly policies in decades. But it will be us, it will be the unions who must make sure it is delivered, that employers obey it and improvements are made to it. GMB is meeting that challenge. I've seen for myself how we aren't waiting for others to do the job for us. We're taking control of our own future, fighting for undervalued school support staff, running equal pay campaigns across the UK, battling for our manufacturing members being hit hard by escalating energy prices, and campaigning on issues everywhere. The PPE Fit for All campaign, where we are striving for personal protective equipment that works for both women and men, is making big waves. Sonia and I attended a fantastic launch in Parliament, and it's clear that we are setting the pace on this important issue. And our campaigning and organising is building power in the workplace. After all, it's the first principle of GMB at work and the building block of the union. People are liking what they see and hear from us. More people are joining us, and more are staying with us. We don't always win, but every campaign, whether we win or lose, is a step forward. Step by step, from generation to generation, we continually get angry, have hope, and act in solidarity. Through every act, we are helping to create that better, more equal, more inclusive, more socially just society, safer and more peaceful world. Congress, even in the darkest of time, people find hope and people act. This week we have as one of our speakers Margaret Aspinall, whose son James was among the 97 Liverpool fans, unlawfully killed by the Hillsborough disaster in 1989 when he was just 18. She has devoted the past 37 years to campaigning, not only for the truth, but for a change in the law, so that no one else has to suffer what she and so many families that day had to. Her anger, her hope, her solidarity is awe-inspiring. Congress, please join me in recognising Margaret's superhuman efforts for justice for the 97. The Hillsborough victims, those we lost during the pandemic, the working women dying before getting their equal pay and their stolen wages, the GMB members who want to make work better. We have our anger, our hope, our solidarity. And the last year has shown how our great union can turn our feelings into action. So let's recommit ourselves to going even further, to keep campaigning, keep winning, keep growing. Friends, let's enjoy this time we spend together. Let's take time to look around at each other and cherish our friendships and solidarity. And let's remember to look up, not down, because there is a world of beauty out there, and none more beautiful than the Blackpool Tower, shining bright in GMB colours. Friends, enjoy Blackpool, enjoy making work better, enjoy Congress. Thank you. Thank you, that means a lot. Thank you. Okay, down to business now. Before we begin our first debate, I would like to explain a few points of procedure. And don't worry if you don't get it all in one go, because I'll keep explaining it throughout the week. But to save time, I will take motions in groups. And if you look at that one-page session programme, that shows the groupings. If you are speaking on any of these motions, you must register the number on your delegate pass at the desk in front before going to the chairs, before going to the chairs here in front of the rostrum, ready to speak. And please make sure that you do this every time you speak. We will have changeovers of staff at the desk. I will call movers and then seconders, and in line with motion 8, carried at Congress 2018, I will not be calling additional supporting speakers on motions, but only delegates speaking in opposition. If you are moving a motion without the support of your region, you must declare it at the beginning of your moving speech. And where the CEC is supporting the motion, I will advise Congress. Where the CEC has any other position, a member of the CEC will give the reasons for that decision. We will then move to a vote of all the motions in that group, either as one or individually. But as I said, I'll make sure to keep repeating this throughout the week. But when voting, this is the most probably important thing, when you are voting for the motion, not the CEC stance. The CEC stance advises Congress on how it may wish to vote. For example, if the CEC is to support a motion, it is advising Congress to vote for the motion. Or if the CEC stance is to oppose a motion, it is advising Congress to vote against the motion. On special reports and statements, the CEC will have moving and seconding speakers, and then I'll invite one delegate from each region to speak on the report or statement at that time. Motions relating to special reports or statements that remain on the agenda will be debated, but I will advise Congress on the voting process during those sessions. Nearly there. When it comes to moving and seconding your motions, delegates will see a light on their right-hand side when they speak on the rostrum. When the light turns yellow, this means that delegates have 30 seconds left to finish their speech. After those 30 seconds, the light will turn red. If you are still speaking when the light turns red, you will be encouraged to wrap up or you will be cut off. And it's only because we need to we just need to get through the business, and it's only fair that other people get the chance to speak as well. So most importantly, look, practice your speeches, keep to time, but have fun as well. And finally, could I remind Congress that as you have voted for the SOC report number 1, all existing policy motions will now be carried without debate, and those motions that are out of order will not be debated. We'll get into the business now. We'll now be debating our first motions of the week on Union Organisation Congress. So could I have the mover and seconder down, please, for motion 2, but also those movers and seconders for motions 4, 5, composite 1 and 8. Could they also be ready, please? So could I have the mover for motion 2 to come to the rostrum? Oh, thank you. Thank you, Wales and South West. And then seconded formally? Thank you. Does anybody want to speak against that motion? No. In that case, can I ask the CEC speaker, Linda Carr-Pollock, to respond? Is that right?
President Congress, Linda Carr-Pollock, speaking on behalf of the CEC, responding on motion 2. Firstly, the frustration raised in this motion is noted, and improvements to how we report progress on motions is always welcomed. However, there are many suggestions within this motion that simply cannot be resourced. It has been custom that National Office takes on the majority of the work, and when there are on average 200 motions that make it to Congress, it creates a considerable amount of work. The CEC recommends that this motion be referred so the CEC and National Office can review how regions, branches and local activist groups can feed into the process to encourage a more collective approach to implementing Congress policy. GMB Congress is unique across the movement for not limiting motions from word count to the number of motions a branch can submit, nor for the most part the topic area members can talk about. As a general union, we cover almost every area of the economy, and the consequence of that is that we don't always have the resource to action motions carried to the fullest, but we will always try. Congress policy is used all the time to guide our decisions and influence what we say to the outside world. Therefore, there are plenty of occasions where Congress policy is used, but not necessarily reported. Let there be no doubt what we carry in this hall shapes what we do outside it. Therefore, Congress, we hope that the region agrees to refer the motion back so we can use some of the good suggestions to improve our reporting. Thank you.
Thank you, Linda. Does Wales and South West agree to refer motion 2? Thank you. And because it's they've agreed to refer, there's no vote on motions that are agreed to refer. So can I have the mover of motion 4, please, come to the rostrum? Sorry? I didn't hear what they said. I can't hear, so I'm really sorry, Fadana. Okay, do you want to speak? You can speak on it still, if you want to, but if not, you can just accept the reference, accepting the reference back. Yeah? Okay, thank you. In that case, can I have the mover of motion 5, please? London Region, motion 5, mover.
President, Congress, Tony Chollerton, London Region, moving motion 5, Wilthorne's grave. Congress, the condition of Wilthorne's grave is very concerning, and this motion calls for GMB to intervene so that it can be restored and given the care that it deserves. The founder of our great union deserves the respect and dignity from all within GMB. The grave is now overgrown, the gravestone has severe weather damage, and the inscription is barely legible. This motion calls on GMB to ensure the upkeep, maintenance of Wilthorne's grave, including regular cleaning of the headstone and burial plot. If it was allowed, we could get a team together and go and remove the weeds and clean the gravestone now. However, we do need to act legally and with the respect of Wilthorne's relatives. It is noted that GMB did contact East London Cemetery and his son's relatives with this in mind. The qualification to this motion states that GMB has no right to interfere with a private burial plot and has no claim on oversight, upkeep or alteration. With this in mind, it would be appropriate for GMB to renew contact with East London Cemetery and the relatives of Wilthorne so that we can get the correct permission to restore the grave to the condition it deserves. The difficulties in achieving this are outweighed by doing what is right. Congress, please support this motion with the qualification so that due respect can be given to our founding father. I move.
Thank you, Tony. Seconder? Oh, okay, formally, thank you very much. Mover of Composite 1, please.
President, Congress. This Congress, Martin Taylor, first time delegate. Thank you. Thank you. This Congress says its gold badge is only allocated or rewarded to served Central Executive Council members. At present, a member can sit on the CEC for only 4 years and then receive the gold badge. Members who don't sit on the CEC but serve the union in other ways, maybe for 10, 20, 30, even 40 years, can only receive the silver badge. Congress says there are many GMB members that work tirelessly and are equally as valuable to this trade union. This Congress calls on the GMB to give authority to regional secretaries to award the gold badge at their discretion for members' services to the GMB. On the basis of equality, we call on GMB Congress for this to be investigated and report back at the 2027 Congress. On a personal level, if it is accepted and does come to fruition, I would like to see Sharon Yates rewarded with the first gold medal for her services to the potteries industry and for the fantastic campaign she did for the potteries. Thank you.
Well done, Martin. Great first speech. Well done. Seconder, or is it Composite? Is somebody else speaking from? Yeah, London.
Morning, Congress, President. Jan Smith, London Region. Thank you, Martin, for your contribution and being a first-time delegate. A lot of what you've said is what I was already going to say. So I'm going to be brief. I've got nothing written down. It is something that has been very close to my heart for a few years. I have monitored how the Gold Badge is awarded. And as Martin has said, the only way it's awarded is if you sit on the CEC. And also, it is to that term of office. But in some instances, that term of office may not be completed. And looking around the hall, there is many of us who have done many, many years' service to this union, and they do not get recognised within the Gold Badge. I urge you all to support this motion, and I call on the GEB to fully investigate it and for the regional secretaries to be able to give it out to where it so deserves. I second.
Thank you, Jan. And then the mover of motion 8, please.
President, Congress, Mark Livingston, London Region, first time delegate, first time speaker. Thank you. So following on from the Will Thorne motion, this is another motion about celebrating our movement's radical heritage. Jim Connell, author of The Red Flag, the Labour movement anthem, which we'll all sing at the end of Congress. He was a trade unionist and an Irish Republican. He came to Britain after being blacklisted for trade union activities in Dublin. In Britain, he joined the Social Democratic Federation and he wrote The Red Flag after attending one of their meetings on the 1889 dock strike. He opposed the First World War and continued to struggle for a united Ireland. As the CEC has noted, the GMB was instrumental in establishing the Red Flag Festival to celebrate his legacy, with Mary Turner and Paul Kenny having played a significant role in establishing the festival. But more needs to be done to promote the festival and sponsor delegates to be able to attend. It's not just a heritage event, it's an opportunity to join other workers from around the world and connect Jim Connell's struggles with today's struggles for workers' rights, for peace and internationalism, and against racism and misogyny, and all forms of oppression and bigotry. And I hope the committee will consider this and make resources available. Support the motion.
Thank you, Mark. Well done. And Jim Connell lived in Lewisham, which is my borough, because there's a blue plaque to him, so I'm very proud of Lewisham, and that's apparently where he wrote the red flag. Okay, seconder.
Oops. Chair, colleagues, Beverley Gunning, London Region, I rise to second this motion. For the last 3 years, I've wondered, why am I singing "We Keep the Red Flag Flying"? But now I'm aware and engaged. The Red Flag Festival is more than just an event. It represents the very heart of the trade union movement. It draws its meaning from the red flag itself, a long-standing symbol of workers' rights, solidarity, and the fight for fairness. Over a century, that symbol has stood for people coming together to challenge injustice and improve working conditions, something that sits right at the core of what GMB stands for today. The festival brings unions, activists, working people together to celebrate the hard-won victories of the past, for safer workplaces, to better pay and conditions, while also focusing on the challenges we still face. It's not just about history, it's about action. It's about learning from each other, strengthening our movement, and continuing to fight for dignity, equality, and respect at work. And in 2026, I think the fight is more prominent than ever. As a union with a proud history of standing up for working people, GMB have clear links to traditions that the Red Flag Festival celebrates. Supporting, recognizing this festival helps to keep us close, those values alive and relevant to today's workforce. This festival needs to keep going, not just for us mature members, but for the young people who do not understand what it means to be in GMB. Colleagues, the red flag represents unity, strength, and it represents the ongoing commitment to fairness we all share. For those reasons, I'm not only proud to second this motion, but I'll be returning next year. Thank you.
Well done, Beverly. Just to time. Well done. Anybody wish to speak in opposition to those motions? In that case, can I ask Kevin Buchanan to respond on behalf of the CEC, please?
President Congress, Kevin Buchanan speaking on behalf of the CEC, responding to motions 4, 5, Composite 1 and motion 8. Firstly, on motion 4, my thanks for accepting the referral. This motion outlines serious concerns regarding the conduct and accountability of the TUC, particularly in relation to the safety, dignity and fair treatment of GMB members, representatives and post holders at TUC organised events. The GMB is a major affiliated union in the TUC, and we take our responsibilities within the wider trade union movement seriously. Our engagement with the TUC should be through ensuring our members' voices are heard. It's therefore imperative that all TUC spaces operate to the highest standards of conduct, transparency and accountability. The handling of incidents referenced in the motion at TUC events and the consistent application of its own rules, procedures and its code of conduct is concerning. We share the view that all members and attendees must feel safe, respected and confident that any issues raised will be dealt with promptly, fairly and effectively. There are ongoing discussions with the TUC about how we engage in conferences held by them. Therefore, the CEC proposes that this motion be referred to enable the CEC to consider the expectations we place on the TUC regarding conduct, accountability and rule enforcement, GMB attendance and participation in TUC events beyond the TUC Congress of 2026, including equality conferences, structures and where safeguarding of members' experience must be assured. Engagement with the Equalities team to gather evidence, experiences and feedback from delegates and representatives who attend TUC events. Regarding motion 5, the CEC is asking that Congress supports with a qualification. Congress welcomes the motion's fidelity to Will Thorne's legacy and resting place. The historic gravestone and inscription are an integral part of the GMB story and are important artefacts in their own right, deserving of sympathetic restoration. A new headstone would be inappropriate as it would remove the original monument and dedication, losing its historical and biographical value. However, as the mover pointed out, the grave is certainly in need of repointing and tidying, and as was also said, the GMB did contact East London Cemetery in 2014 with this in mind and pursued the matter together with the family of his eldest son, Carol. Our qualification lies in the difficulty with the cemetery's legal responsibility not to disclose the identity of the current owner of the grave deeds and the disparate nature of the Thorne family through a large number of branches and descendants. GMB is not legally entitled to interfere with a private burial plot and has no claim upon oversight, upkeep or alteration. This said, it would be appropriate to resume contact with the cemetery regarding the grave and attempt to track down Will Thorne's descendants in the hope that one of them holds the grave deeds. On Composite 1, the CEC is asking that it be referred. The Composite is right to recognise that GMB activists in all roles carry out great work in many forms, and the union does need to ensure proper recognition is given to our members. Recognition, however, can be made by the union in many different ways. A review of how the union recognises key activists is rightly overdue, however, as the CEC's Services Subcommittee, now no longer meeting, last looked at gold badge and silver badges in 1992. It was agreed then that gold badges were presented on retirement to CEC members and silver badges presented to other lay activists sitting on national section or regional committees, as well as other nominees regions felt were deserving of silver badges. The exception to this instruction was when the CEC agreed to present Jayabin Desai on the past anniversary of the Grunwick dispute. Any review would need to consider the potential increased cost implications of increasing the number of gold badges being presented, as well as considering any qualifying standards, and we ask that any review is referred to the Finance and General Purposes Committee to carry out. Finally, on motion 8, the CEC is asking that this motion be referred. The GMB was instrumental in establishing the Jim Connell Festival, and the monument at Crossakeel records the contribution of Paul Kenny and Mary Turner. It is GMB policy already to back the festival, and there is nothing to prevent branches sponsoring members to attend. However, the burgeoning cost of sending members has led to a decline in participation since the heyday of the early 2000s. The considerable costs involved, whether nationally or regionally, necessitates a referral to the FNGPC for consideration. Therefore, Congress, the CEC is asking that motion 4, Composite 1 and motion 8 be referred, while motion 5 be supported with a qualification. Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin. I've already heard from North East Yorkshire they accept the reference back. So do London accept the qualification on motion 5? Thank you. And do Midlands and London agree to refer Composite 1? Yes? Thank you. And do London agree to refer on motion 8? Yes? Thank you. So in that case, because they referred, I only take the vote on motion 5, support with qualification. So all those in favour of motion 5, please show. Thank you. All those against? That's carried. Thank you. Congress, we now move on to debating the CEC Special Report on the CEC Rulebook Amendments. And can I ask Sonia Davis, Vice President, to move the report on behalf of the CEC?
Congress, President, Delegates, Sonia Davis, Vice President, moving the special report on rule amendment on behalf of the CEC. This report is the product of a sustained review of our rulebook that began in 2022. Work designed to ensure our union's rules reflect modern practice, legal requirements, and above all, our commitment to begin an organising, campaigning, member-led union. Over successive congresses, we have strengthened our aims and objectives, reaffirmed our industrial focus, and embedded the federal nature of our union. What is before you today builds on that progress, bringing together a set of practical, necessary, and forward-looking amendments. Congress, these changes fall into a few clear themes. First, tidying up and modernisation. A number of amendments are about clarity, consistency and inclusion. We replace outdated language with gender-neutral wording, ensuring our rules reflect modern standards and our values as an inclusive union. We also correct drafting, inconsistencies, update terminology and make rules clearer for members, such as specifying the national website, improving wording around responsibilities, and ensuring rules are unambiguous and accessible. This may sound technical or minor, but it matters. A clear rulebook is a democratic rulebook. Second, strengthening equality, inclusion, and representation at a branch level. We update the role of branch officers to better reflect the union we are today. That includes renaming the youth officers to young members officer and strengthening responsibilities around organising and campaigning. We enhanced the role of branch equality and race officers, giving clearer duties in promoting diversity, inclusion and participation across our structures. We also introduced flexibility for branches to create additional officer roles based on their needs, backed by branch bylaws and development plans. And with all these responsibilities, the CEC knows that with extra duty comes additional responsibility for the union, and new national support must be made available. It is why nationally, a national branch race officer network has been set up, but this must follow through with training and other resources so our people are better equipped. We know there is a rise in racism across our communities, including in our workplaces, and GMB need to take it on head-on when it is encountered. Importantly, we incorporate our zero tolerance statement into the rulebook, placing our commitment to tackling discrimination, harassment and abuse at the very heart of our union's rules, and so our members know where to find it. Third, improving democracy and governance. We make practical updates to Congress arrangements such as nomination timelines and clarifying the reports Congress receives, including from the CEC. We clarify rules on officer resignations, ensuring notice is given in writing to the appropriate body, improving transparency and accountability. We also update rules following decisions of Congress 2025, ensuring consistency across our structures, including representation on the CEC. Fourth, preparing for the future. Congress, some of the most important changes look ahead. We are updating our rules to allow for electronic voting, reflecting anticipated changes in legislation and the Employment Rights Act that we fought for, and ensuring our union is ready to modernise how members participate in ballots and elections. We also note the significant amendments to the political fund rules, agreed with the certification officer following changes brought about by the Employment Rights Act, ensuring our compliance with the law while protecting members' rights, including the right to opt out. Finally, a word on purpose. Taken individually, some of these changes may seem small, but taken together, they strengthen our union. They make us clearer, they make us more inclusive, they make us more democratic, and they ensure we are ready for the future. This is what a living rulebook looks like, not static, but evolving, alongside our members, our workplaces, and the wider world. Congress, this report reflects careful work, consultation, and the experience of recent Congress decisions. It tidies up what needs tidying, corrects what needs correcting, and moves us forward where change is required. I want to place on record a big thank you to the Rulebook Review Group and all those involved in this ongoing work since 2022. We still have a way to go and will continue this work into Congress 2027 and beyond. President Congress, I ask you to support these amendments, not as an end in themselves, but as part of building a stronger, more inclusive, more effective GMB. I formally move. Thank you.
Thank you, Sonia. Can I just ask the speakers, the one speaker from each region, to start coming down to the front, please? And can I ask the CC to formally second the report? Thank you, Ruth. So, Wales and South West, I'm going to take it in this order. Wales and South West, Southern Scotland, North Western Irish, North East Yorkshire, Humber, Midlands and London. So could the speaker from Wales and South West please come down to the front to speak on the report? Are you sending the speaker? Wales and South West? Have you got a speaker for this report? If not, I'm going to move on to Southern then. Is Southern ready to speak? Formally, thank you, Wales and South West. Southern?
Thank you. President, Congress, Charles Ajay, Regional President, Southern Region. Whilst we support the rule amendments, I'd like to obviously thank the group that did this. I just want to find out when the not motions, but the rule amendments that were referred last year, when they will be dealt with, because I agreed on behalf of the region to refer a number of them, and we haven't heard anything since. So it's just to say we support, but we would like an update in terms of motions that were, rule amendments that were referred. Thank you.
Thank you, Charles. Scotland.
President, Congress, Paula Lowe, Scotland, supporting the CIC report on rule amendments. First time delegate, first time speaker. Thank you. Congress, we welcome these rule changes. These are practical, sensible and necessary amendments which show that GMB is a union willing to keep its own structures under review and make sure the rulebook reflects organisation we are today. That matters. A modern union cannot stand still. The world of work is changing, the law is changing, the way members engage with their union is changing, the way we organise, campaign, communicate, represent workers is changing too. If we want to continue growing, we need rules that support the work rather than hold it back. These amendments are part of that process. They tidy up wording, they update terminology, they reflect changes already agreed by Congress. They strengthen clarity around branch roles, equality, young members, voting, Congress, business and the standards we expect within our union. This is important because our rulebook is one of the ways our union sets out who we are, how we work, how our members participate and how we hold ourselves to account. Congress, we should also recognise the wider context across the UK. Trade unions are operating in a difficult environment, but Scotland continues to show the strength of our movement. In the most recent official figures, Scotland recorded the biggest increase in trade union membership density of any UK nation, rising to 29.4%. That does not happen by accident. It happens because unions organise, it happens because unions adapt, it happens because unions remain relevant to workers in changing workplaces and changing industries. These rule changes are part of that same responsibility. They show that GMB is continuing to evolve, continuing to modernise and continuing to build a union capable of growing in the years ahead. Congress, if we are serious about being an organising campaign and activist-led union, then the rules must support that ambition. For those reasons, GMB Scotland welcome the rule amendments and support the report. Thank you.
Well done, Paula. Thank you. North Western Irish region.
President, Vice President, General Secretary, Kelvin Inabulele, Northwest and Irish Region, speaking to support this motion. Colleagues, many moons ago, I was in a dark place, in the wilderness, and it was the GMB rulebook that gave me direction. My beacon, my light, my compass. That journey is why I stand here today, 3 years on, proud to be a delegate. Colleagues, our rule book matters. It defines who we are, it protects how we work, and it must be clear, strong, and watertight. So regular review, absolutely right, and fully supported by Northwest and Irish Region. Thank you to the lay members, review group, and our national office staff that work on this amendment. Congress, please back this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Calvin. North East Yorkshire and Humber. Oh, thank you. Midlands. Goodness. And London region.
Congress President Jan Smith, London Region, speaking in support of the Rule Book Review. London Region support this second review of the GMB's Rule Book, which has taken another positive step forward. We welcome tidying it up and addressing some of the consequential changes remaining after rule amendments that were carried last year. Last year's Congress removed the rules requiring organisers to be elected, and this year we are providing more clarity by removing references across the whole of the rule book to elected officials, which needed tidying up after last year. Colleagues, the CEC working group are branch post holders, so we understand the need for practical rules which help and support our branches, such as making sure we refer to the same branch equality post as we do for the CEC reserved seats. We also welcome giving more clarity to branch rules, and we hope that this will encourage members to know what is expected of them and step into these roles of branch elections. Our branch structures are embedded in the rule book, and we are pleased that the agreed wording from a 2014 Congress CEC special report on branches has finally at last been put into the rule book. This will help branches fill posts outside of the core branch positions and allow all rules on branch development plans to be in one place. Slight changes to the rules when office holders resign ensure that resignation notices are in writing and members know who to send these to. This will assist our regional committee and finance departments. Members, look to our rule book to provide them with guidance on standards and expectations by incorporating our agreed zero tolerance statement into the rule book. This will go a long way to help members follow and understand acceptable standards of behaviour. Outdated terminology should be removed from the rule book, and it needs to be reflected in modern communication methods used by this union. We look forward to more discussion and rule changes next year when the Employment Rights Act is fully embedded. I move.
Thank you, Jan. Before I go to the vote, could I ask movers and seconders of motions 9, 11 and 12 to come down to the front, please? That's on Union Organisation General. Charles, I've noted your question, so I'll make sure that somebody gets back to you on that. But I'll go to the vote. All those in favour of the special report, please show. Thank you. All those against? That's carried. Thank you. Could I have the mover then of motion 9, please?
Good morning, President, Congress. Mohammed Ali, London Region, first-time delegate, first-time speaker. One of the proudest moments of my life was walking to the local community centre at the age of 18 and coming away a pint of blood lighter. I have an even more special memory of my second donation when my blood was flagged with a special blue sticker marking it out as a neo donation, the only type which can be given to newborn babies under a month old. Each pint of blood that I donate can save the lives of up to 6 tiny babies. I'm booked in for my 25th donation next week, and I plan to keep donating. And I plan to keep donating as often as I can for the rest of my life. But I'm not telling you all this for claps. I'm telling you all this for a reason, to show you just how much of an impact the average Joe like me can have by sitting in a chair for 10 minutes every few months. And also to emphasise just how important it is that we support as many people as possible to donate blood if they so choose. As a quick explainer, in England, the NHS collects blood, plasma, platelets and organ donations through the Blood and Transplant Service. Donors are not paid. This is an altruistic act of service, patriotism and generosity, demonstrating our collective humanity. Blood donation is the most common type of donation, with men being eligible to donate every 3 months and women every 4 months. I mention this as it's important to emphasise the value of being able to donate as soon as you're past your waiting period, and hence why it's so important that we support workers to donate at whatever time is most convenient for them and not have to worry about taking time off work to do so. The NHS has regularly experienced low blood stocks and amber warnings in recent years. They need over 4,000 people per day to donate blood to maintain blood stocks at a safe level. But less than 2% of the population are registered blood donors, and only a fraction of those donate regularly. People on lower incomes and those from ethnic minority backgrounds like me are even less likely to be donors, and these are the people that this motion is intended to help the most. The aim of this motion is to enshrine the right of workers to take time out of their working day to give blood, much as they might nip out to the dentist or to a GP appointment. This will make it much easier for people to donate and to continue to return as regular donors, ensuring the NHS never experiences blood shortages again. I'm calling on Congress to support this motion, as I believe in the right of workers to perform this amazing, selfless act of generosity without fear of losing pay, guaranteed hours, or feeling under pressure from their employer. I thank my region for their qualification, and I want to stress that this isn't a health policy matter. This, to me, is an industrial matter. It is an opportunity for the GMB to stand up for workers everywhere. We have successfully fought for rights such as sick pay, which allow workers to take time off for their own health. And I'm now asking Congress to back my call to extend these rights to workers, take a couple of hours out of every few months to protect the health of others and support the greatest institution in this country, the NHS. We at the GMB have the opportunity to be trailblazers, to be the first trade union calling for employers to support the everyday heroes who literally give their blood, sweat and tears to save the lives of people they'll never meet. Thank you for your time, Congress, and please support Motion 9.
Well done, Mohammed. Seconder.
Hello, first time speaker, first time delegate. I'd like to support this motion because it shows selflessness and the character of the person. It brings strength to workplace culture. It shares community service. It boosts employees' morale, and it just shows it's not about profit, it's about the fellow man. So we all can just look after each other, save life, and it can go towards cancer treatment and other medical needs. So promote health and wellness. So everyone have to stick together to look after each other and support each other. And that's all. Sorry, just laughing.
Simon, that was perfect. Well done as a first-time delegate. Well done. Could I have the mover of motion 11, please?
Martin Mayer, GMB Scotland, first-time speaker. This is a motion calling for recognised trade unions to give each other solidarity where a rogue employer looks to impinge on trade union rights. The motion becomes necessary when an employer decides that those rights are something to be managed, restricted, avoided, or even just ignored. In Scotland's further education sector, we in GMB have found such employers. I work at the nursery in Edinburgh College. The membership for support staff in GMB Scotland has quadrupled in 15 months. This is all achieved by me and my fellow reps encouraging our colleagues to join a fighting and campaigning union, a union that is truly member-led. Even though GMB is recognised across all colleges in Scotland, we have seen our sector fight back against this growth. This is a sector in theory signed up to fair work in principle, but falling short in practice. A sector where employers have looked to lock out GMB wherever possible in favour of unions that are more favourable to their position. We should be clear, Congress, that when a worker raises a health and safety concern, that worker should be listened to. If a recognised trade union seeks to represent those workers, that union should be respected. A very live example of this happened just last week in my colleagues at Forth Valley College were at Employment Tribunal fighting for their rights to attend health and safety committees. I am proud to say it's a fight we won. At this moment, I would like to acknowledge and pay tribute to my fellow reps at Forth Valley, in particular, Grace Hepburn, who is here with me today. Grace has fought tirelessly and relentlessly for GMB, for our members in Forth Valley College, and our members across Scotland. And it is through these efforts and the efforts of GMB reps that have forced employers to take notice. While at Employment Tribunal, the college had invited a sister union, into the college, giving their senior staff free rein to wander and recruit. The motion is clear that this is about recognised trade unions supporting each other. We support the fight GMB is engaged in to stop a union without recognition and no negotiating rights from misleading school support staff in what they can achieve for them. In Scotland's colleges, we have recognition. Recognition that is being blocked despite established agreements. That is the danger here. Once an employer learns that it can single out one recognised union and the wider movement will not respond, it has learned a very useful lesson. It has learnt that trade union rights can be divided. It has learnt that recognition can be hollowed out, and it has learnt that solidarity can be treated as optional. It has to mean something when an employer is trying to divide us. This motion asks the TUC and regional TUCs to make that solidarity practical. When a rogue employer attacks the rights of one recognised union, sister unions should be asked to stand with that union, write to that employer, and make clear that the trade union rights must be respected, because divided unions help bad employers. United unions protect workers. Congress, I move.
Well done, Martin. It's lovely to see so many first-time delegates. Well done. Seconder, please. No.
President, Congress, Grace Hepburn, GMB Scotland. I'm here to second motion 11. I want to thank Martin for his kind words, and didn't you do well? What an amazing speech, Martin. Excellent for a first-time speaker. I want to tell a story about what trade union solidarity can achieve. I'm from Falkirk, and we have a hotel in the middle of the town that houses refugees. So I think it was September last year we got a call out, all the trade unions got a call out to go and stand in a counter-protest, and we were vastly outnumbered. It was really quite scary. But what came out of that? The trade unions that were in attendance started talking, and we formed a group called Forth Valley Trade Unions in the Communities. It was a complete wake-up call, so there's lay members in this group now from GMB, PCS, CWU, EIS, Unite, Unison, and we've got support for the STUC as well. Earlier this year, we held a gig called Solidarity Sounds. The gig sold out in minutes. And the far right didn't like that. They didn't like that at all. In fact, they came and protested it. So next year, we're going to do it again. We're going to do it bigger. And the year after that, and the year after that. They don't like it when they stand together. And employers don't like it when trade unions stand together, because when trade unions stand shoulder to shoulder with their sister trade unions in solidarity, Congress, we can move mountains. Please support the motion.
Thank you, Grace. Move of motion 12, please.
Just get it right, you know what I mean? Hold on, put the timer on.
It is on.
Congress. Kevin Flanagan, North Western Irish Region. Delighted to be speaking. Delighted to be speaking in the sunny resort of Blackpool. Brothers and sisters, this motion reflects the frustration of trying to operate professionally at branch level with basic IT systems and a lack of a proper investment to support branches and lay activists in their vital role for this union. The branches are the front line of this movement. Let's never forget that. The branch secretaries are part of the lifeblood of this movement, and they should be applauded for what they do. It is vital. The lack of effective management systems is poor in the present climate. Officers and activists often operate in two separate spheres with no central means to track or to be aware of each other's work in the organisations we cover or the cases we're handling at any given time. We need a system that is live and enables us to see how we are progressing with cases and who had their last hands on the organisation and what the discussions were about. That's basic. That's what we need. That's what we need to do the job well. Branch admin staff unable to get, at times, emails, although mine is just being addressed, forcing us to use alternative email systems and having to find ways to deal with issues and cases that really should be modernised in a better way to ensure that we don't run the risk of breaching any other regulations. An email that is so restrictive, it keeps telling me to delete files as there is not enough memory or can't cope with case papers and records. Where do I go if I want to see who the last officer was who dealt with any of my branch or my employers or any of the issues that we've been dealing with at branch level? I can't. I've got to keep chasing up on the phone, asking for information, sending emails. All of that is taking time and effort, which really means we have to modernise what we're doing and find better ways of doing it. It is wasteful. It's time-consuming if we're having to come up with other solutions to what should be the basic standards that we need. Other unions are beating us at this game. Other unions have online systems they can call on, not only that we can call on, but the members can call on, dealing with industrial relations matters, dealing with welfare matters, dealing with advice and guidance. We don't have access to that that's easily managed at branch level. The enemy should not be the systems we're engaged with, but it should be a system that enables us to do the job. In industry, if we are trying to represent members and they haven't got the tools to do the job, we demand it. Come on, we're behind the game, let's get on with it, let's get the tools we need, let's modernise the branch systems and enable us to do the job effectively, because wasted time is money. looking around for information is money. We need the basic tools to do the job. Congress, I ask you to support.
Thank you, Kevin. Just a little bit over. Seconder, please.
President, Congress, for my first time attending and my first time speaking, thank you. I'm not quite sure how I'm going to follow Kevin's very eloquently put together speech, but I will do my very best. My short time in the GMB, 5 years, 6 years I've been a member, I've relied very heavily on my branch secretary, who is sat in the front row over there, Mr. Smith. He's been more helpful to me than I could have ever asked for. But I can see firsthand that what he's got isn't enough. He deals with thousands of members, often at the hand of his phone. The branch administration systems that Kevin is rightly asking for need putting in place. Otherwise, we are going to fall further behind the times. How can a union progress without the systems progressing with it? At branch level, it needs to be noted that new systems also need the right amount of training. We need to enable branches to access improved communication systems, and that can only increase memberships. Without that, what is the union for? We need to support those who need supporting most. We cannot do that if we continue to fall behind the times. I'd like to thank every branch secretary across the country who work tirelessly with what they have got to help those who do need it most. Thank you, Congress. I second.
Thank you, Connor. Does anybody want to speak in opposition to any of those motions? No? In that case, can I ask Colin Gunter from the CEC to give the reply?
President, Congress, Colin Gunter responding to motions 9, 11 and 12 on behalf of the CEC, all of which we are supporting with qualifications. Firstly, on motion 9, donating blood is a fantastic and important civil act. Members wishing to donate blood should not be prevented from doing so by their employer. The CEC does have some qualifications. The first being that not all people are able to give blood. The second, it is a voluntary act. The branches will be best placed to promote blood donations efforts locally than a national campaign. As for calls to submit motions to TUC and Labour Party conferences, it may be more appropriate for our sister unions in the health sector and Labour-affiliated campaign groups to raise the issue. On motion 11, GMB has long recognised the importance of solidarity between unions, particularly in workplaces where joint recognition exists. Employees who attempt to divide unions or undermine agreements will be met with a united response across the movement. The CEC qualification is that we must strongly reinforce the importance of the TUC taking firm action where non-recognised unions seek to undermine unions with recognition agreements. Such behaviour is diversive, harms workers and is scab behaviour, cutting across collective bargaining and threatening the integrity of the wider movement. The TUC has mechanisms to challenge this behaviour, and the CEC supports strengthening and utilising these mechanisms wherever necessary. Finally, on motion 12, the CEC acknowledged the concerns raised in the motion regarding the limitations of the current systems available to branch secretaries, activists and support staff. Extensive work has already been undertaken to identify a modern membership system and potential technology partners capable of addressing these challenges. The new platform will provide a significantly improved technical foundation with the capacity to support many, if not all, of the improvements highlighted in the motion. However, our qualification is that the GMB must remain selective about the functionality delivered and the access granted within any new system. GMB operates under a strict data access governance model where permissions are approved and limited strictly on a role-appropriate basis. In addition, it should be noted already that to have a request process in place so that active accounts can have data storage increased from standard 2 GB to 50 GB where required with additional costs. Therefore, Congress, please support these motions with their qualifications. Thank you.
Thanks, Colin. Before I go to the vote, could I just ask the movers of motions 17, 18 and 23 on union organisation, recruitment and organisation to be ready to come down the front, please. And just an announcement. Congress, just to let you know that the fringe meeting on Hillsborough Law scheduled for this lunchtime has unfortunately been cancelled. Back to the motions. Okay, does London Region accept the qualification on motion 9? Yes? It's not very good sounding. Yes, thank you. You're going to have to shout louder. Does Scotland accept the qualification on motion 11? Thank you. And does North Western Irish Region accept the qualification on motion 12? Thank you. Go to the vote. All those in favour of motion 9, please show. Thank you. All those against? That's carried. All those in favour of motion 11, please show. Thank you. All those against? That's carried. And all those in favour of motion 12, please show. Thank you. That's also carried. Can I ask the mover of motion 17 to come to the platform, please? Well, I'll stay for, do you want me to stay for a little bit?
Chair Congress, Mark Harris, another first-time delegate and first-time speaker. Thank you for your support. This is about member involvement in branches, and branches not operating as they possibly could. We are in a changing landscape. Branches are not as active anymore. People can't attend meetings directly. And therefore, we have to get those people left out that doesn't have a proper branch structure that I'm lucky to have in W60, where I have the support of all the management in my branch to be able to stand here in front of you and have the opportunity that a lot of people don't have anymore because their specific branch is not operating at its full potential. So this motion calls on the Central Executive Council to develop a series of meaningful branch pilot programs designed to improve union democracy and member engagement. We want to work with CEC to build tools to strengthen our collective voice, because we are organised union and organised labour, and therefore our strength lies in the organisation. And we want those members that is out there without the structure to come into our structure. And W60 is prepared to lead on that, to test and pilot a program where we have a virtual hybrid branch for those members to be involved again. The virtual option invites the remote worker or isolated member into the room with a single click. Hybrid models combine with the irreplaceable warmth of in-person meetings with accessibility of digital access. And boundary crossing structures. This is not to build super structures outside of the rules, but to help failing branches to build up again, to get their structures back again. And we as a stable branch are prepared to help those people with needs that we can assist with. I call on this Congress to support this motion. Thank you very much.
Do we have a seconder for motion 17?
Good morning, Byron Cook, representing Midlands Region, seconding motion 17. I don't know how I can follow Mark's speech there, so I'll keep it very brief. So this is something that a lot of branches already do. However, this motion is designed to standardise the practice. Allowing members to access branches for easier. Allowing members to access branch meetings easier. Hybrid meetings allow greater flexibility for everyone, especially people with young families who cannot always get to meetings. And it's easier to have a meeting on Zoom or whatever program you prefer. When you've got small children, you can put them to bed. You're not actually having to drag them out, and that's quite a big thing. So that's something we're piloting at the moment. So yeah, I second this motion. Thank you.
Anyone wishing to speak against? No, brilliant. Can we have the mover of motion 18 to come to the rostrum, please?
Can you take it up a little bit? Thank you. Okay. Lynn Pollard, Southern Region, severely dyslexic, so please. I rise to support motion 18 on the inappropriate recruitment of school staff. This motion does not create division within the trade union movement. It is defending agreed structures, protecting collective bargaining and standing up for the members we represent. For nearly 3 decades, school support staff have been represented through the National Joint Council Recognition Agreement established in 1997. That agreement recognises GMB, Unison and Unite as the unions responsible for collective bargaining and representation of non-teaching school staff. These arrangements were put in place for a reason. They provide stability, consistency and a strong collective voice for hundreds and thousands of support school workers in our schools. Yet, despite long-standing agreements, we continue to see attempts by the National Education Union to recruit support staff who are already represented by recognised unions. The facts are clear. The NEU traces its roots to organisations established to represent teachers and education professionals. When the NUT and the ATL merged in 2017 to create the NEU, they entered into an agreement acknowledging that the recognised union for school support staff remained with the NJC unions. Importantly, the NEU committed not to actively organise or recruit school support staff in ways that would undermine existing bargaining agreements. That commitment was not made lightly, and it was made because all parties understand that the inter-union competition weakens workers and strengthens employers. Unfortunately, these commitments have not been honoured. Congress should note that the TUC has already taken action on the issue. The NEU was fined in 2023 and for breaching these arrangements and was formally censured again in 2025. These are not minor disagreements. They represent findings by our own movement that agreed trade union principles have been broken. Colleagues, every minute spent fighting one another is a minute not spent fighting for better pay, safer workplaces and stronger public services. School support staff face enormous challenges. They are dealing with low pay, recruitment retention problems, increasing workloads and years of underinvestment. We need unions working together to improve their lives, not competing with each other for membership numbers. Recognition agreements matter. Collective bargaining arrangements matter. Trade union solidarity matters. If one union can simply ignore agreed boundaries and recruit wherever it chooses, then the foundations of trust within our movement are weakened. That benefits nobody except the employers, who would rather see the workers divided. That is why this motion is important. It calls for the CEC to vigorously defend the current recognition agreement. It calls on GMB to oppose attempts to undermine and subvert these arrangements. It sends a clear message that support staff deserve strong, stable, recognised representation. Congress, we are proud of the work the GMB does for school support staff. We are proud of the gains we have secured through collective bargaining, and we are proud to stand up for the principles of solidarity and mutual respect that have always underpinned our movement. I urge Congress to support motion 18. Thank you.
Can we have the seconder for motion 18, please? Yes.
Good morning, Madam President, Vice President and Congress. Kim Marshall, Southern Region, seconding motion 18, inappropriate recruitment of school support staff. As someone who has spent many years working in schools and representing school support staff, I know firsthand the challenges the workers face. Teaching assistants, learning support assistants, midday supervisors, admin staff, site staff, and many others play a vital role in our schools, yet they are amongst the lowest paid workers in the education system and frequently have to fight hard to have their voices heard. This is why clear recognition arrangements matter. When unions compete for the same groups of workers despite existing agreements, it creates confusion for members, weakens collective bargaining and risks dividing workers who should be standing together. School support staff need strong representation focused on improving pay, terms and conditions. They do not need inter-union disputes distracting from these priorities. In Merton, our branch has spent many years campaigning alongside school support staff, including our ongoing fight for fair pay and London waiting. Yay. We know the value of building strong workplace support and speaking with a united voice. Congress, our movement is strongest when unions work together, respect agreed boundaries and focus on improving the lives of working people. I urge you to support this motion. Thank you.
Anyone wishing to speak against? Okay, can I have the mover of motion 23, please, to come to the rostrum?
Good morning, Madam President, Congress. I'm Maggie Palmer, first-time delegate and first-time speaker. And I'm here today to move motion 23. So our ability to record protected characteristics has improved. And that's because of the shift from analogue to digital, from paper to the computer, cloud-based and AI-driven systems. We can do a lot of work now. And that's aiming to help with accuracy and speed of data collection. Increasingly, we're also required by standards, governance standards, and guidance to record and be in a position to report on those things. However, numerous reviews consistently highlight those gaps that remain, with problems that lie not only in a lack of recording, but the absence of analysis regarding how those characteristics intersect. Add to that the layer of hidden characteristics, for example, those that some don't wish to record, maybe, or disclose, sexual orientation, religion, or disability. Not to mention the problem with agencies using incompatible systems, preventing a complete joined-up picture being built of an individual. The TUC Equality Audit of 2020 noted that while many unions already collect data on gender, about 85%, race, 59%, disability, 56%, and our LGBTQ+ characteristics at 59%, and young people at 61%, this data is often incomplete or based on samples, so it's extrapolated. It's a good guess, a best guess. As trade unionists, are we demonstrating that we lack curiosity about a person's multiple identities? Is there a systemic and structural bias within the system itself? How do we know this currently? There is a fundamental need to add the human element to our membership, service design and organising interventions which support true engagement. We can't expect every branch to operate with a low percentage of accurate intelligence as to their membership makeup. But we can equip them with the tools and knowledge to understand how to do something and, importantly, support them to focus their efforts. Brothers and sisters, I move.
Thank you. Before I call the seconder, can I please remind everyone if they could please be mindful when they're getting up and moving their chair, because there's an echo that's travelling throughout the room. So if people can please be considerate. Thank you. Can I ask the seconder to motion 23 to come to the rostrum, please?
Good morning. Karen Morell, Midlands Region, seconding motion 23. President, Congress. Thank you. This motion stands for fairness, inclusion and the right to remain in work with dignity. As a union, the GMB always stands up for working people. But to truly represent every member, we need to fully understand the challenges people face in the workplace. We believe the GMB should develop a confidential survey for all members to complete, covering all characteristics such as age, race, gender, disability, health conditions, caring responsibilities, and any special needs or adjustments people may require. Too often, people struggle in silence. Many workers are trying to cope with workplaces that simply aren't designed with their needs in mind. Without understanding the scale of these issues, we cannot effectively challenge employers or push for improvements that people desperately need. This isn't about giving special treatment. It's about ensuring equal opportunities and fair access to work. Reasonable adjustments are not a luxury, they are a necessity for people to remain employed, healthy and financially secure. If we fail to gather this information properly, then some workers will continue to feel unsupported, overwhelmed, and eventually forced out of employment altogether. A strong union is an informed union. By gathering accurate information, the GMB can build strong campaigns, negotiate more effectively, and ensure members' voices heard, especially those who are too often overlooked. We have an opportunity to make workplaces more inclusive, more supportive, and fairer for everyone. I believe we should take it. Thank you, I second.
Anyone wishing to speak against? Okay, we'll now go to the vote. All those in favour of motion 17? Brilliant. And against? Okay, that's carried. All those in favour of motion 18? Thank you. Against? That's carried. And all those in favour of motion 23? And against? Thank you, that's carried. Can I please ask the mover of motion 19 to come to the rostrum? And 22 to be ready as well. Motions 19 and 22, if you can please come to the front. Thank you. Wasn't that bad?
Good morning, Congress. Hannah Cousins, London Region, first-time delegate, first-time speaker. Thank you. I'm pleased to move this motion on behalf of B33 BMA branch, but I'm also proud to represent my own branch this week, Unite M23 branch, representing staff working for Unite the Union. Congress, I'm incredibly proud and often feel very lucky to work for a trade union. After working for most of my adult life in the hospitality sector and more recently on the Tyne-Away Metro, I know how vastly different the pay and conditions are from my current employer. But this shouldn't be unusual. Trade unions should be setting the standard for all employers to follow. But Congress, like any employee, staff working in the industrial relations sector can still be subject to the same conditions they tirelessly fight to protect their members from. We still face poor workplace culture, bullying, harassment. We still face issues around pay disparity and threats of redundancy. And we still face inconsistencies with policies and recognition agreements being ignored. Congress, this has a direct impact on our members. Burnout and poor mental health can be incredibly prevalent in our workplaces. And when trade union staff are suffering, members will unfortunately suffer as a consequence. This motion will commit GMB to creating an action plan to ensure the industrial relations sector is connected, well organised and in a strong position to support and empower members to win in their workplaces. I do note the CEC has recommended that this motion is referred to the regions so they can decide how best to engage with members. I work in Newcastle myself, and as far as I'm aware, all trade union branches are based in the London region. So I'd ask how this can be put into action. Hope that's addressed when the CEC comment later, and hope London region can get supported in liaising with other regions on this as well. Congress, thank you very much, and please support the motion.
Can I have the seconder, please?
Hello Congress, Jamie Walker, London Region, M23 Unite branch, and I'm seconding the B33 BMA BMJ's motion on organising workers in the industrial relations sector. My comrade Hannah said it all there. I'll just add in that as a Unite employee who has also had GMB supported campaigns and actions at his workplace, it's surprising how many times workers in the industrial relations sector just put up with it. There's almost a shame associated with taking industrial action when you're already working in a trade union. You might feel like you failed somehow. How could you have let it get so bad? Shouldn't you know better? Rightly or wrongly, the employer may make you want to feel like that. Don't rock the boat, don't change things. You might think, oh, this is going to look bad, the media will poke at us for this. Well, here's some news, they do that to us anyway, whenever we take action, regardless of the sector we're in. So image and media is no friend to the trade union movement and should be no barrier to our industrial relations workers in GMB working together, connecting, improving and training, and organising, obviously. A trade union with hundreds and thousands of members will surely run like a retail store with hundreds and thousands of customers. The industrial relations sector employees still need to be activists. They still need the training. They still need the support and connection that we give to our members and activists across all of the sectors that GMB looks after. We want this motion to be supported as the network inside GMB to make sure that we grow and improve the skills of our members who are employees of the trade unions and for betterment of their workplaces, which of course leads to the betterment of all your workplaces. So please, second this motion. Thank you.
Is there anyone wishing to speak against? Okay, can I have the speaker for motion 22, please?
Good morning again, Byron Cook, Midlands Region. Wearing glasses this time, so I'll be able to read it all right. This motion is quite a simple one. It pretty much says it all, so I won't bore you too long. When a new member joins the GMB, they need to be told exactly which branch they're in and which branch they fall under, as well as meeting dates. We're all here because of the branches. We're only custodians of the union, and we need to ensure that the future and branches play a vital part in that. So that's what this motion's asking for. So I move this motion. Thank you.
Is there a seconder? Thank you.
Good morning. Well, still first-time delegate, at least a second-time speaker. I fully agree with Byron. And I'm proposing a simple format email that all new members can refer to. We know that all the information is available on the website, but in a period of distress, and it's a new environment, it was for me, and you need some place to refer back to. So I think just a simple format email will do the job. Thank you very much, and I call on you to support this.
Anyone wishing to speak against the motion? Okay, can we have Goylin from CEC, please?
Vice President, Congress. Goylin Brinkworth responding to motions 19 and 22 on behalf of the CEC. Turning first to motion 19, there are many GMB members working for our sister trade unions across the country and therefore in different regions. Members are free to make networks to organise and share knowledge of industrial issues. We are asking for this to be referred so regions can best decide on how to engage with members. And on motion 22, the CEC is asking for this to be referred. The motion outlines what should happen in practice. Members should receive communications telling them what branch they are part of and invited to any planned branch meetings, in addition to other activities. If there are examples where this is not the case, they should be referred to the relevant region or branch as appropriate. Congress. To sum up, the CEC positions are that motions 19 and 22 be referred. Thank you.
Thank you, Goylin. Can I please ask speakers for motions 24, Composite 2 and motion 29 to come to the front, please? Can I also ask London Region, do they agree to refer to motion 19? Thank you. And Midlands Region, do you agree to refer motion 22? Thank you.
Thank you, Sonia. Okay, we move on to union organisation, representation and accountability. Could I have the mover of motion 24, please?
Good morning, Chair and the rest of the committee. I forget the names because I'm losing my mind. Right, I've come to talk about this motion. You'll have to excuse me because I wasn't quite ready for it. This Congress calls upon the CEC to ensure that branches are fulfilling the roles and covered by the rule book. This is because I believe in 2.5 years or 3 years we're going to have the biggest fight we've ever had as a union. I don't want to mention this guy's name, but he got 5 million quid. And I'm thinking, why has he got 5 million quid from a bloke abroad? So I feel that we're going to be in a big fight in 2.5 years' time. So everything has got to be right, the T's have got to be crossed, the I's have got to be dotted, because I thought I'd seen everything with Maggie Thatcher, the milk snatcher. But this guy is a load of crap. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Miles. Laying it close to the window. Second of the motion 24, please.
Rub it in. Morning, everybody. Morning, President, Vice President, and the top table, and morning, Congress. My name's Angela Gilran. I'm from Midlands Regions. Can I ask you all a question, please? How many people have looked at their schedules or whatever and about branches and thinking, who the hell are they? Where are they from? Can I have a raise of hands? Yes, no, yes. Thank you. What part of this motion is that we could possibly have a lot more people at Congress, but there's branches out there who are that quiet, you don't know whether they're coming, going, or whether they've been there. And it has an impact on other branches. I don't know if they get subsidiaries or whatever, you know, or get some kind of funding. That could be, or amalgamate them to a bigger branch. It's not fair on members like us who are paying our subs, and then you've got branches who are just like sitting in the background. That's one of the reasons we brought this motion to the forefront, because, as I say, most of you will know that there's what we said in the motion, lazy branches, and so that's why I'm seconding the motion, and thank you.
Thank you, Angela. Mover of Composite 2, I think that's London Region moving it.
Madam President, Vice President, Congress, good morning. Robert Wheeler, London Region, moving Composite 2, angling case work. Congress, as GMB activists, we deal with vast numbers of members' inquiries on a regular basis. Often members need to contact the union in significant distress or urgent representation. Unfortunately, despite some progress made in recent years, the process for members to be able to get in touch with their branches for advice and representation remains outdated. Often members would call numerous different GMB offices to report the same issue, and their case would be passed to the branch several times with incomplete information. As the union, we still push too many members to call an office by phone or to relay their cases rather than enter a case form or contact us online, which is inefficient and requires significantly more resource. The process of passing cases between regions for members who have moved or contacted the wrong office remains inefficient due to different systems being used. Many other unions operate online forms, which helps to triage cases and pass inquiries more effectively directly to the branch with the required information. So how do we resolve these issues? A review of how we can make the process for members' inquiries more efficient, a single unified online form shared across the union for members to be able to contact the GMB, a single case work system to be adopted to standardize handling queries and track when a member has already contacted the union. Congress, I move.
Thank you, Robert. A seconder from Wales and South West.
President, Congress, Rob Swift, Wales and South West region, first time delegate, first time speaker. I am pleased to second this important composite motion. My colleague has clearly outlined the practical problems we face, so I want to reinforce why this change is not just helpful, but essential for the future of our union. At its core, this motion is about how we serve our members. Every day members come to us, often in distress, often needing urgent help, yet too often the system they encounter is fragmented, slow and frustrating. They repeat their stories, contact multiple offices and receive inconsistent responses. That is not the standard our members deserve. This motion is about efficiency and visibility. It's about supporting our reps, and it's about modernisation and credibility. This motion sets out a sensible, measured path forward. Congress, this is about building a union that works better for the people we represent. For these reasons, please support this motion. I second.
Thank you, Robert. The mover of motion 29, please.
President, Congress, Kevin Flanagan, North Western Irish region, old-time sager, old-time speaker and old-time campaigner. Congress, I'm moving motion 29 with a heavy heart. President Congress, I've been delighted to serve this movement. It has been a privilege and remains a privilege, day in and day out. Believe it or not, I know I look too young, but this is my 52nd year of service to this movement. I'm not here to whinge. I'm here to make sure we've got the best movement we need and the best service we need for the membership that we serve. I'm a part-time lay activist. My honorarium is £600 a year. That was based on the scale that was agreed at this conference, and I was told that that's what I'm payable to. I have a general branch with Uber, Amazon, private hire, legal, manufacturing, charities, you name it, I've got it. That's the fact. I don't complain about it. I love being with people and I love serving members. But sadly, in all the years I've done this, this is the time when I feel least valued. This is the time, brothers and sisters, when I believe we've got the priorities not quite right, where the systems don't quite connect, and where you start to feel as a second-class citizen, even in your own movement. That should not be happening. There should be no place for that. Conference branches are the lifeblood of this movement. I've already spoke about the need for good administrative systems. I've already spoke about the need to enable us to represent cases, as was just eloquently spoken before. Last year I dealt with over 140 cases. This year so far on my books I've got 70 cases since January. It's almost a full-time job. Only for the charity work that I do, I couldn't complete half of the work that I do, and they fund half of that. So it's not the way we need to resource branches, it's the way we need to look at the way in which we support the branches and the lay activists at local level to be able to do the job professionally and not to be looking over our shoulders all the time. I, like many in this room, was somewhat surprised when I discovered there was still a branch working group, because I haven't been consulted in the last 5 years, as far as I'm aware. I've not had one email as a branch secretary. I've not been asked my opinion about how to improve it. I've not been spoken to. So if there's a working group, when I got to regional council, I was somewhat surprised. So let's get our finger out and let's make sure that communication with our branch secretaries is effective and meaningful and hits the target when it should do. How we share the cake is important. It is important that we enable people to have the resources they need to do the job at ground level. And I know you're going to ask me to refer this. There's no parallel system for me. There's one union, we're both in it, officers, full-time, lay activists. We work together in this movement, and I respect those who are doing that. I want to see that strengthened. I want to see that encouraged. Congress, I ask you to support this and to make sure you come back in time on the working group to the decisions that are made so that we do improve this. Congress, I move.
Thank you, Kevin, for that passionate speech, and we recognise the 52 years service that you've put into this movement.
President, Congress, Dave Hope, seconding this motion. I'm not going to say much because it's fantastic when you follow Kevin because he says everything, so you don't have to say much. And I've got to say, Kevin, 50-odd year, I made my first speech here in this beautiful ballroom over 40 years ago, and it's fantastic to be back here in Blackpool, the best place. Well, Benidorm's a bit better anyway, but anyway, it's got sunshine. Right, so basically, all we're asking, there is a branch working party there. Every time I ask, they've not met. All Kevin's asking with this motion is, it doesn't get put in Gary's bottom drawer, right? It gets sorted and it gets fixed in a time. And I would say, this time next year when we come to Congress, let's have that working party results and what they recommend next year. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Congress in Benidorm sounds quite fun. Are there anybody speaking in opposition to those motions? No? In that case, can I ask Dave Clements from the CEC to speak on their behalf?
Dave Clements, CEC, responding to motion 24, Composite 2, motion 29. On motion 24, we recognise the aim of the motion to ensure elected lay members are held accountable to their branches and its members. The rulebook currently has clear procedures on dissolving branches, Rule 42, as well as clear responsibilities for the branch secretary, Rule 37. Rule 35 outlines what actions should be contained in branch development and branch recruitment plans, including communications, required branch resources, and what support a branch needs. Congress 2026 is not a rules Congress, so rule amendments cannot be submitted. We are asking that this motion be referred to see if there are live examples of poor practice, but in the first instance, these should be raised with the relevant regional committee. On Composite 2, the Union is currently undertaking a major legacy systems replacement programme that directly underpins the digital infrastructure required to deliver the improvements proposed in this motion. It is also the responsibility of regions to set up effective systems to track member cases and interregional communications, ensuring that members get the best possible service and treatment throughout their dealings with GMB. While the aims of this motion are acknowledged and supported in principle, the proposals cannot be implemented at this time without disrupting the rollout of the new programme. We will monitor the rollout of the new system with this motion in mind, which is why the CEC is asking for this motion to be referred. Finally, on motion 29, this motion substantially duplicates work already underway through the established branch working party. The Union is looking at delivering a significant and ongoing programme to strengthen branch capacity, support grassroots organising, drive union growth through the GMB at Work strategy, support development and training for branch officer holders, and gives branches flexibility to create new roles to support branch secretary work. The CEC Organising Subcommittee has delegated authority to define and implement best practice in branch development planning, rollout and shop steward development. The proposals outlined in this motion fall squarely within this remit and should be considered as part of the existing union-wide programme rather than through the creation of parallel structures. In relation to proposals on remuneration, this motion risks blurring the established distinction between the roles, rights and responsibilities of lay members and employed officers. The rulebook is explicit. Branch honoraria must be approved by regional committees, which are the appropriate and accountable bodies to oversee these matters. Any attempt to centralise branch positions or redefine this process would be inappropriate and unnecessary. Further, on expenses, the CEC Finance and General Purposes Committee have just reviewed, simplified, revised and uplifted expense rates with changes coming into effect on the 1st of April 2026. These include significant increases on travel time allowances and conference allowances, as well as the previous 2025 uplift in the overnight meal allowance. The CEC is asking that this motion be referred, however, so that we can build into the requests of the motion into the current work streams instead of creating parallel structures. Therefore, Congress, the CEC is asking that motion 24, Composite 2 and motion 29 be referred. Thank you.
Thank you, Dave. Do Midlands agree to refer motion 24? Thank you. Do London and Wales and South West agree to refer Composite 2? Yeah, is that a yes? Yes, thank you. And does North Western Irish Region agree to refer motion 29? Thank you. In that case, because they're all accepted the reference back, there is no vote. That is the end of the motions for today. But before we break for lunch, Congress, we have a short solidarity message to play you from an international sister trade union, the Confederation of Free Trade Unions of Ukraine. It's always lovely, I think, to get those messages of solidarity from our sister trade unions. There is a Ukraine fringe event, but there are other fringe events as well today. So look, we've actually finished business for this morning, so you have a bit of free time before those fringe events. Enjoy the stalls, enjoy lunchtime, and be back here at 2 p.m, please. Thank you. Could I ask people to start taking their seats, and could the Vice President and the General Secretary please come to the stage if they're around? Okay, please could delegates take their seat now? After. Okay, can I call Congress to order, please? I hope you all had a good lunch break. You got to see the stalls and go to some fringes. Colleagues, I do need you to listen because we do have a slight change to the running order today. So please do make a note of what I'm about to say. Your regional secretaries have also been notified of these changes. So we will continue with the awards, the General Secretary report and the Midlands Region video as planned, as on your one programme. Then we will debate the CEC statement on politics and the Labour Party and motions 231 and 235. Our guest speakers, Margaret Aspinall and Sue Roberts, will then address Congress, and we will return to the agenda debating motions 30 to 35 first, then continue with motions 230 to 251. So if you're speaking this afternoon, please just listen out for when your motions are called. Can I ask the SOC to give us a short update? So can I ask Karen to move the SOC report to?
President, Congress, Karen Dudley, Standing Orders Committee Chair, moving SOC report number 2. Can I please start with correcting the record with regards to motion 174 from London Region. In SOC report number 1, it was incorrectly stated that this motion had been withdrawn. The correct position is that it was agreed that this motion is existing policy. Withdrawn motions. The SOC has been informed that the following motions have been withdrawn. From the Midlands Region, motion 199, reforming the NHS pay review body into a truly independent negotiating body. Motion 209, introducing strong AI protections for NHS workers and patients. Motions 211, protecting NHS jobs by ensuring AI is used only as a supportive tool. Motion 307, Ukraine, defence and the rise of authoritarianism and fascism. From Southern Region, motions 141, fair commission and charges for private hired drivers. London Region, Motion 243, Abolition of the Monarchy. Emergency motions. The SOC has accepted 3 emergency motions so far as being in order for debate. They are from the Midlands, Middle East, impact on aviation, and 2, government adoption apology. From Scotland, updated EHRC guidance on the Equality Act 2010, protection for trans, non-binary and gender diverse members. The SOC recommends that this motion is composited with the emergency motion from Wales and South West under the title Trans Rights Following the Updated Draft Code of Practice from the EHRC 2026. The Congress timetable will be updated and the SOC will consider further requests for emergency motions. The SOC will update Congress accordingly. Please note that the following emergency debates from report number 1 will be debated as follows. Emergency motion 1 will be on Monday afternoon. Emergency motion 2 on Tuesday afternoon, and an emergency motion 3 on Thursday morning. Bucket collections. The SOC has agreed 3 requests for bucket collections as follows. From the North West and Irish region for the following charities to be split 3 ways. 1, Little Lights, Liverpool, formerly known as Zoe's Place. 2, Angel Eyes, Northern Ireland. And 3, Street Life, Blackpool. The SOC recommends that this collection takes place on Monday. From Scotland, a charity called Drumchapel Life. The SOC recommends that this collection takes place on Tuesday. And from London, a charity called Motor Neuron Disease Association. The SOC recommends this collection takes place on Wednesday. President Congress, I formally move adoption of SOC report number 2.
Thank you, Karen. Does anybody want to challenge the SOC report number 2? No. In that case, can I put it to the vote? All those in favour, please show. Thank you. All those against? That's carried. Thank you, Karen. Colleagues, apparently there was an unfortunate error this morning when the wrong obituary list was played. I'm really sorry if that caused any distress. We will now play the correct obituary list. So if you could, all those who are able to stand, if you could. Thank you. Thank you, Congress. And again, my apologies and thank you for your understanding that sometimes just things don't run smoothly. Congress, we start this afternoon with announcing the winner of the Will Thorne Award for Organising. This is the inaugural year of the award. for those who have made outstanding contributions to making work and our union better. Congress, please watch this short video about the inaugural winner of this award.
The joy of Airedale, we are the only on-site sterile services in any West Yorkshire hospital. One of the things that I always say when you take a job in the NHS, you take that oath of first do no harm, and every single day is different. No one day is the same, and I absolutely love the job that I come here and do.
Gemma, like to come up on the stage? Come on.
Good afternoon, everybody. Sorry, I'm a little bit emotional. As I said in that video, this award isn't just for me, it is for my entire branch. And I hope the fact that our tiny little branch that's been all over the news, that stood outside on that picket line in the absolute pouring down rain more than anything, we won something from that. Don't get me wrong, the fight isn't over and I'm not going anywhere. I'm going to continue to keep fighting. But I hope this gives you all Thank you. I hope everyone can take from this that no matter how small or big your branch is, so long as you can remind your members of what they're worth and getting them united to stand together to see their value, you can achieve anything. So please keep on fighting, and thank you, everybody. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Yeah. Well done, Gemma. Really well deserved. Well deserved. Congress, I would now like to invite Gary Smith to the rostrum to move the General Secretary's report. You should all have a copy of the report in your wallets, and this report chronicles the whole Union's activities over the last 12 months and what we wish to inspire to for the next. Gary?
Congress, thank you, and I'm not really sure how you follow that. That was absolutely tremendous. Colleagues, I, like you, come from a very modest background, and so standing here, as I've had the privilege to do for a number of years now, it has never lost on me how special that is. And I listened to the debate this morning about Thorne and his grave. The motion from London Region. Thank you for bringing that. Like Thorne, I was a gas worker, and so to stand before you as your General Secretary Treasurer again, it is truly, truly humbling for me, and thank you for your support in supporting me in carrying on with the General Secretary Treasurer's role. So thank you, everybody, colleagues, and it's great to see everyone here in Blackpool. We should never forget, though, that this union is not about General Secretaries. We are a union that is built by and for our members. They are the women and men who make our union great, people who do amazing things every single day. And I want to pay a special tribute to a person who, as an activist, a member and a GMB employee for the past 29 years, has done so much for our union and who is now retiring. Louise Gilmore has been described by the Scottish President as being as hard as a coffin nail. I know from personal experience that's not true. She's far harder than that. All the rows that we've had over the years, I can testify to it. But Louise is one of the hardest working, most committed people we will ever meet. And when this union was at rock bottom, dragged down by those from the past whose behaviours shamed us, she was one of those who stood up and she called it out. Louise, your time in GMB hasn't always been easy, I know that, sister, but you've prevailed, and what a journey. From machinist in Glasgow on the shop floor to Scottish Secretary. You're a leader, you're a fighter, and above all, you're a friend. Now, you getting emotional? Now, Louise's story is a GMB one. It's about hard work, it's about perseverance, and it's about achievement. And every day across this great union, we see those same things. In GMB London Region, we've started work at Sizewell C, which is going to be the new nuclear power station. 12 months ago at our Congress, some of you will remember it was announced that Sizewell got the go-ahead. Well, the region is on site already, campaigning, winning, growing, organising the security staff and starting to battle on the issues that matter to our members. And they're also winning in Parliament. Now, I've said so many times, there are no political superheroes for us in GMB. But the unsung heroes in this world are often the ones who work for the politicians. And GMB London region has done some incredible things last year, growing the membership on the back of the One Parliament, One Employer campaign. And one of the things I think that's so fantastic about the campaign, like all the best campaigns that we run, it is led by lay members. And the region has also led the way with the membership retention and retrieval work. They're delivering real growth in financial membership, and in fact the project has been so good we've adopted it across the whole union. So well done to everybody in GMB London region for the fantastic work that you are doing. In Midlands, sometimes a thorn on my side with this Congress, I do want to recognise one person in particular who's made such a difference for this union, and that's Sharon Yates. She has campaigned night and day for our great ceramics industry. And a couple of weeks ago, because of the campaign, the government announced a game-changing financial support package for the sector. Sharon, when there was darkness, you lit a flaming beacon of hope. Congress, let's salute our hero of the pots. You know, the older I get, the more emotional I get. I don't know what it is about getting old. But in Birmingham, I cannot tell you how emotional I was when I watched our members getting £250 million wages that was stolen from them by the council, returned to them because of the fight our members took on. They said we would never win equal pay in Birmingham. I remember it. But we did win it. We won, we prevailed, and our members are better off as a result. Now, another region which sometimes causes me problems, the great big North East Yorkshire and Humber region. Oh, you drive me mad. But I love you dearly, really. Look, the work you're doing, simply incredible. The pace of the equal pay campaigns is just furious. Leeds, Sheffield, Sunderland, Durham, all this work that's going on, tackling pay injustice. And we're winning victories, and battle by battle, you are building our union. In Doncaster Council, we fought and campaigned to get our members back in the National Joint Council. And that didn't just win our members a pay rise, much deserved as it was. It's also bringing a whole new layer of activists through our union. And you've just seen the fantastic work at Airedale Hospital. That is incredible. And the Secretary of State, on the back of that campaign, has committed that there'll be no more NHS subcos without union agreement. That is genuinely a historic and transformative win. To our host this week, North West and Irish region. You know, just a few miles up the coast here, there's a huge success story for this region at BAE Systems at Barrow. Lee and the reps team, they are doing an incredible job building the union at the yard. And I am so proud when I see thousands of apprentices being brought into the membership of our union. At AstraZeneca, our members in Macclesfield have fought to let the government know that we need to retain jobs in this country. We can't have jobs from AstraZeneca outsourced. These are high-skilled GMB members' jobs producing essential pharmaceuticals. And we say to all the team involved, your union is with you all the way. Well done, everybody. And of course, to that very special team in Northern Ireland, I always love coming over to see you. I've heard about the potential cuts at TransLink. I promise you the whole union will be with you, and I will be there with you side by side. And as for our members at Boeing and Airbus, I understand there'll be announcements tomorrow. Solidarity, and we will see this through, I promise you. GMB Scotland, what a busy and fantastic year you've had. The stuff you're doing in care is incredible. And again, the equal pay work in Falkirk and Dundee and beyond, absolutely incredible, and credit to you all. But I want to pay tribute to our convener at Ferguson Marine Shipyard. Alec will be retiring. Alec Logan is an old friend of mine as well. We have just secured another 5 years of work at Ferguson Marine. I was proud to stand with Alec Logan when the yard was nationalised, and his fight ensures that there will be another generation of shipbuilders on the Lower Clyde. Well done, Alec. The team working on the NHS and the ambulance service in Scotland, I watch the numbers. And I watch what you're doing with new shop stewards coming through. Incredible work, fighting and campaigning and winning on pay. Well done to each and every one of you. In Southern Region, I'm well aware of the challenges that the region has had. But you are continuing to be such a strong campaigning presence for this union. And as we heard from the National President, we've got a new regional secretary in Southern Region. And again, Nadine, welcome to your first Congress. I know that you're going to do incredible things with that great group of people you've got in the region. So well done. Thanks to the whole regional team, though, in Southern Region, not least to the Regional President, Charles Adjei, and to the whole committee. I really do appreciate your challenge, your support and your patience. Now, Southern Region has again done some incredible things, not least in the boroughs of Greenwich and Merton, where school support staff have been taking strike action in support of the London Waiting Needs Inflating campaign. Just last month, GMB members took strike action in their bid to deliver equality with teaching staff. And I've heard it said so many times around our movement that teaching support staff or support staff in schools won't take strike action. Well, nobody's told that to our members in Southern Region. And let me say this, colleagues. We are the ones. It's this union that is fighting for school support staff, and we're not taking lectures from big egos in the National Education Union. In Wales and South West, again, love spending time down there with you. In Cardiff and Swansea, I've been out visiting workplaces, listening to members. The campaigns on equal pay are so vibrant, and they are fantastic. In Plymouth, government investment in defence will ensure that we're going to secure jobs for decades. It's a place that's close to my own heart. I was a senior organiser in that part of the world. And GMB Union will ensure, our team in Plymouth will ensure that the investment going into the city and into the dockyard will translate into good union jobs. And I recently visited Hinkley Point as well, and there's so much fantastic work going on at that site. But the national launch of the PPE Fit for All campaign, Martina, you and the team deserve so much credit for the work that you've done, and I hope everybody spends a wee bit of time talking to Martina and the team about that campaign. It's absolutely fantastic and the best of the GMB. Now, colleagues, our success in workplaces everywhere takes place against a really turbulent time in politics. After 14 years of Tory chaos, we have a Labour government with a huge majority but struggling in power. They have made mistakes, the polls aren't good, and the party leadership is subject to daily debate. We have an enduring relationship with Labour. It's not a sentimental thing. It's because workers need a political voice. It's the reason our great union helped build Labour in the first place, to have the ability to change laws in favour of working people. For more than 100 years, the Tories and their allies have tried to use the law to break our union. And we've always needed a political voice as part of our struggle. And Congress, we still do. Now, our recent relationship with Labour hasn't been easy. And unlike some in this movement, I just don't believe in washing our dirty linen in public. But when I meet this government on your behalf, I have pulled no punches about their failings and our frustrations. Too slow, too timid, too open to pressure from the business lobby. We as a union have fought attempts to dilute the Employment Rights Act, and we've fought to get financial support for our key industries like ceramics. And let me say this again, Congress. Sharon, the support won for your industry would not have happened without you. You campaigned, you shouted, and you got Labour to listen, and that's the difference GMB makes. Now, our relationship with Labour, it can be difficult, but it means we have a seat at the table, and being there gives us a chance to kick them underneath it. And I would far rather our union be fighting with a Labour government to make them better and get them to do the right thing by our members than deal with the chaos of others. I battled for 14 years under the Tories to try and get them to listen. From my time in Scotland, I've seen close up how poorly the SNP govern. And I've also seen how the Greens failed when they were in power in Brighton. Congress, some may be tempted by the likes of the Greens. Well, for GMB members working in energy, defence or energy-intensive industries, the Greens are a direct threat to your livelihoods. Stevie and Trigon Gas, Matt and the team in nuclear construction, Ian at Rolls-Royce, Lee and the team at Barrow building nuclear submarines, our members in Devonport, the team on the Upper Clyde. The Greens are not and never have been and never will be on your side. They want your jobs. And Mr. Polanski, you and your supporters hear this. Get your hands off our members' jobs. Now, as for reform, let's just nail this. I hear the anger and frustration of our members. I hear it. I visit workplaces all the time. I know our people are struggling and hurting. But do not believe for a minute that Farage and his rebadged Tories are on the side of trade unions like ours. When many of us in this hall were cutting our teeth as union and political activists, supporting the miners, going on picket lines, being on marches, organising against the poll tax, it was reforms leaders who were cheering Thatcher to the rafters. They championed the policies that have left such deep scars on our communities. So when I hear reforms saying they're on the side of the metal bashers, I say no chance. The only thing reform wants to bash are our union and our members' rights. Reform are targeting the right to organise and collectively bargain in places like Amazon. They oppose sick pay for all. There is a cancel culture in that party, and it's union members' rights that they are after. Now, so much of the anger in our politics is driven by economic pain. We've suffered repeated shocks to the system, the 2008 crash, Farage's Brexit project, the Ukraine war, and now Trump's war in the Middle East. Economic insecurity is leading much of the electorate, and with it many of our members, to the seemingly attractive hands of the easy slogan populists on the left and the right. Many of our people have seen their communities hollowed out and good quality jobs exported abroad. Our manufacturing industries face unfair competition from China. We have no real industrial plan, and too many of our government contracts go overseas. And it staggers me, but how can anybody think it was right that 18 tugs that are going to be used to tow the nuclear fleet at Faz Lane are going to end up being built in Vietnam? How does that happen? And we also have to be honest, about energy policy. We do want to see our economy decarbonised. That's why this union and our sister union Prospect set up Climate Jobs UK. But when politicians talk about a just transition, what our members see is rising energy bills at work, leading to cuts in investment in jobs. Right now, it seems that lots of things are shutting down, but not much is opening up. Lots of good union jobs are going, and nothing of real value is coming. The UK has fired a starting gun on a rapid transition without being race ready. All pain and no gain. Congress, my challenge to the Secretary of State is clear. Ed, where are all the good jobs you promised? Where are the tens of thousands of union jobs to match what we have in Aberdeen, in Middlesbrough, in our industrial heartlands where manufacturing is being smashed? Ed, where are the good jobs that you said were coming? Congress, we need change. We need that change. We need to ensure that every contract for the Ministry of Defence is awarded to UK factories and yards. We want to ensure that supply chains for Sizewell are rooted here in the UK. Let's use the JCB machines built by Jim, our convener, and the team at Ute Toxeter. Let's make sure the infrastructure for Sizewell is built at our Arnish yard on the Isle of Lewis. There is a political moment happening around the world, and this moment can be seized. Hyper-globalisation and neoliberalism are dead. Societies are voting no to the inequalities created, no to the transfer of value to China and others. There is a movement taking place where the state can be active again, taking action to bring back jobs, bring back hope, bring back prosperity to our communities. And it is happening, and it's happening because of us. Just look what is happening in Barrow. We have over 4,000 members on the site building nuclear submarines. Government investment in defence means that the town centre is coming back to life. They've converted the Debenhams in the town to train apprentices. We're putting a submarine in the old Debenham sewer, and we're building a future for the people of Barrow and our members. The state taking action using government money for critically important defence investment, and a town is being reborn as a result. And if we can do it in Barrow, we can do it across these islands. The Congress, the months ahead, I have to tell you, are going to be tough. Trump's war has ensured that is going to be the case. The economy is going to suffer. Inflation will go up, and we face fuel cuts as we move into the autumn. The cost of borrowing is likely to go up as well. Whoever's in 10 Downing Street, that's going to mean very tough choices over borrowing and spending. And as we're clearly in an incredibly volatile and uncertain world with conflict and crises occurring faster and nearer, there must be no false debate about welfare and defence. GMB proudly celebrates the skilled work that our members do in the defence manufacturing sector. They are the building blocks of what keeps our country, our values and our way of life safe. These workers, our members, pay taxes, they support good public services and good public service jobs. And we are going to spend more on defence, and we're also going to have to fight to ensure that we have the public services this country needs and deserves. Congress, let's have no nonsense about setting one group of workers against another. Not in this union. This is GMB, and we support our members wherever they work. We're not going to have one group of workers set against another, defence and public services, and I hear the same divisive nonsense when we talk about equal pay. Because people tell us it's too expensive, it can't be done, we need the money for other things. And let me tell you, it is absolutely rubbish. One of the biggest dividing lines between our union and Labour has been on equal pay. And it is us who have fought to get the commitment from Labour to finish the work of Barbara Castle and to deliver an equal pay enforcement body. And I'm very pleased to say, Congress, that after our hard work, after our campaigning, the Prime Minister has said that the enforcement body for equal pay will happen. And that represents a massive step forward and a big win for the working class women in our union who've been robbed of their money for far too long. It's your campaigns, it's our campaigns that have brought us to this point in Glasgow, in Birmingham, in Blaenau Gwent, in Leeds, in Barnet, in Brighton, and in so many places around the country. Equal pay for us is not men versus women, but workers united against their employer. And I will never forget, we've got representatives here from Glasgow. When 1,000 cleansing workers in Glasgow refused to cross the picket lines in support of their union sisters when they fought for equal pay. That workforce, united, is now untouchable. No pay cut, no jobs lost. Congress, on the back of equal pay, we're building our union. We're bringing through new leaders in the workplace, and we are essentially delivering the biggest redistribution of wealth to working class women in this country. And that is what a good union does. That is what the GMB is about. The Congress, we are at a moment where the forces of division are seeking to pull people apart, to sow suspicion, spread their hate, and our country must face the challenge head-on. Pull together, give hope. GMB stands for unity. We are our members. We're straight, we're gay, we're trans, we're women, we're men, we're black, we're white, we're brown, we're Christian, we're Muslims, we're Jews, we're Sikhs, we're English, we're Scots, we're Irish, we're Welsh. We are everything else. We come from every corner of the world. We are every faith, we are every creed, we are every colour. Above all, we are each other, we are all GMB. Since 1889, it's always been our solidarity that is our strength. We will face the forces of division with the same purpose, the same determination, the same belief. Let the message go from this historic place. Whatever the challenge, whatever the odds, GMB is ready for the fight. In Congress, I promise we will win. Thank you.
Thank you, Gary. Really powerful speech. I now put the General Secretary's report to the floor for endorsement. All those in favour, please show. Thank you. Anyone dare to be against? That's carried. Can I just remind people, if they're leaving or moving their chairs, can they kind of make sure they pick the chairs up, because it is very echoey in here. And thank you. We will now play the first of our regional success videos. They're always inspiring, and starting with Midlands. Thank you, Midlands, for that inspirational video. That's brilliant, and really sets the tone for the rest that have got to follow, so thank you. But showcasing everything the Midlands have been doing over the last year. Thank you. Congress. We now move on to debating the CEC's special report on political strategy, and I will explain how this debate will be taken. Our CEC members will move and second the report. I will then ask each region that wishes to speak on the report to the rostrum, and delegates will get up to 3 minutes to speak. So could those speakers for their regions be ready to come down the front, please? As we have motions still on the agenda that stand in opposition to the statement, we will also debate those motions before taking a vote on the statement. If, however, the statement is carried, then those remaining motions will fall. If the statement is not carried, then we will move to a vote on those motions. So can I invite Vice President Sonia Davies to move the report on behalf of the CEC.
President, Congress, Sonia Davies, National Vice President, moving the CEC statement on politics and the Labour Party. Congress, let us be clear. Politics is not something distant to our union. It is not abstract. It is not something that happens somewhere else to someone else. Politics is in our members' pay packets. It is in their pensions, their rents and mortgages, their energy bills, and the public services their families rely on every day. We all know that what happens in Westminster, in the devolved parliaments, in mayoral offices, and in local councils shapes working people's lives, just as much as what happens in the workplace. So, if we are serious about defending and improving the lives of GMB members, we cannot step back from politics. We must step into it. Because the simple truth is this: if we do not do politics, politics will be done to us. Congress, you said that clearly and unanimously last year when you passed our special report, and it remains just as true today. That is why we need to continue to organise. We need to focus on the core business of our union, making work better. Because while we do politics, it isn't our priority. Our political strength only exists because of our industrial might, and if we continue to build that, we can only increase our influence with government and effectively deliver for our members. Now, let me speak honestly about our relationship with the Labour Party. It is a relationship built not on blind loyalty, but on purpose. Not on silence, but on strength. Not on a blank cheque, but on accountability. We are affiliated to Labour because it gives working people, organised through their unions, a voice where decisions are made. The Labour Party was born from the trade union movement more than a century ago. It was created to take the voices of working people into the heart of political power. Through our affiliation, we ensure those voices are heard loud and clear. Without organised labour, politics risks become disconnected from the reality of working people's lives. Through GMB, our members bring their experience, their struggles, and their aspirations directly into Labour's democratic structures. Not from the outside looking in, but from inside the room where decisions are made, and that matters. I sit on the Labour Party's National Executive Committee as one of your representatives. That seat exists because of our affiliation. It exists because this union has real democratic influence within the Labour movement. No other political party in Britain offers trade unions that level of influence. It means that when policy is being developed, we are there. When decisions are being shaped, we are there. When leadership is chosen, our members have a voice. But let me be clear, affiliation does not mean agreement on everything. It never has and it never will. Because our duty is not to any political party. Our duty is to our members. So yes, we support Labour when it delivers for working class people, but we also challenge Labour firmly and unapologetically when it falls short. We have done so on winter fuel payments, on failing to deliver justice for the WASPI women, on welfare, on energy, on equal pay, and the treatment of migrant care workers, to name but a few. And we will continue to do so because our independence matters. But our independence carries weight because of our affiliation. When we speak, we're heard. When we challenge, we cannot simply be ignored. We speak as one of the largest trade unions in the Labour movement, representing hundreds of thousands of working people. Without that relationship, our voice would not be stronger, it would be weaker, our influence would not grow, it would shrink. And we have seen what that influence can achieve. Rights are never handed down, they are won through struggle, industrially and politically. One of the clearest examples is the New Deal for Working People. Through our link with Labour, GMB helped shape that agenda. We took the experiences of our members and turned them into demands for change. That helped deliver the Employment Rights Act 2025, the biggest strengthening of workers' rights in a generation. Think about that, Congress. For the first time in decades, employment law moved decisively forward for working people. That did not happen by accident. It happened because working people organised. It happened because this union had a voice in politics. It happened because we had a seat at the table. Congress, we have also had a wake-up call. The 2026 elections were tough. Labour lost councillors, lost ground in heartland communities across England. Wales saw historic losses. Scotland delivered no breakthrough. Across the board, the message was clear. Too many working class people feel unheard. They feel squeezed and they're looking elsewhere. That is dangerous ground. Because when people lose faith in mainstream politics, others move in. Divisive voices, populists, and the far right, feeding off anger while offering no real solutions. We have seen where that road leads, and we cannot allow working people to be taken down it. So Congress, this is about power, real power, collective power, the power to turn workplace experience into political change, the power to ensure our members are not simply affected by decisions, but help shape them. So, never let us step away from politics. Let us never give up our voice. Let us never surrender our place at the table because our members deserve nothing less. Congress, I urge you to endorse the report. I move.
Thank you, Sonia. Can I invite Dave Douglas to second the report, please?
President, Congress, Dave Douglas, North East Yorkshire Humber Region, speaking on behalf of the CEC to second the statement on politics and the Labour Party. Congress, politics is shifting beneath our feet. The two-party system many of us grew up with is breaking down. People feel frustrated, angry, disillusioned. Too many feel politics no longer works for them. And into this space step people offering easy answers from the right, and yes, from parts of the left as well. But easy answers don't pay the mortgage, they don't protect jobs, they don't keep the lights on, and they don't stand up to the reality GMB members face every day. Congress, many of you know I'm an apprentice heating engineer. I've been all my working life, and I've spent that life in homes across the mining towns of Yorkshire. I know what it feels like when decisions made in Westminster, Whitehall or the boardroom land directly on working people's shoulders. Politics is not theory to us. It's jobs, it's pay and it's pensions. It's whether your industry has a future or is written off by people who never pay the price. Here's the reality. Only one political party in this country gives trade unions a democratic seat at the table. Not a photo opportunity, not a polite meeting, real influence where it counts. And yes, that means giving them a kick under the table when they need it. But we are in the room. No other party offers that, none. Now I understand the frustration, I can feel it myself. And some say, try something new, look elsewhere, break away. But Congress, let us deal with the world as it is. There is no other political party that gives trade unions real influence, understands the industries, our members working, and has a credible route to government. Not one. Let's be clear about Reform UK, with their faded blue ties, which were once navy, left out in the sun too long. They wrap themselves up in our flag and they talk about patriotism. They try to speak the language of working people, but when workers' rights were on the line, where were they? I lived it. I saw the responses to those letters from those Tory deserters when we asked for their help in real time. They opposed the Employment Rights Act at every opportunity. And when you've been a rep which has dealt with those issues in that act, it shows their true colours. They talk about rolling back protections and returning to failed politics of cuts and austerity. That's not standing up for working people, that's taking us backwards. Congress, don't judge politicians on what they say on social media. Judge them by which side they are on when workers need them. And Reform are no friends of working people. We must be honest. We must be honest about the other side too. not every bad idea comes to the right. On the left, particularly the Greens, they talk a great game about climate and transition, but fail to confront the reality of facing working people in energy, putting some of our highest skilled workers at risk, particularly in nuclear, manufacturing and heavy industry. You cannot simply switch off all sectors without a plan. You cannot tell workers their jobs are disappearing and call it progress. And you cannot build a greener future by throwing working class communities on the scrap heap. And our members keep the lights on. They built the infrastructure and the power of this economy. A transition to net zero? Absolutely. You'll hear me talk passionately about it out there, but it must be a jobs first transition. That means real investment, real industries, real skill and real jobs. We don't need slogans, we don't need headlines, not press releases, we need real work for real people. Again, politicians get this wrong, working people pay the price. Jobs disappear, communities hollowed out like mine, families left to pick up the pieces. Congress, many of our communities are still living with the scars from decisions made decades ago. And my message to any politician, left or right, who thinks working people will quietly accept that again is simple. Not on our watch. So what do? We do not walk away from politics. We do not hand power to someone else. We organise. Employers organise politically, big business organises politically, wealth organises politically. So we must organise politically too. If we are not in the room, decisions will still be made. They will just be made without us. That's why our affiliation matters. It gives us power. It gives our members a voice. It makes sure working reality is heard when laws are written. Congress, this comes down to one word, power. The power to defend jobs, the power to win rights, the power to shape decisions, and the power to improve working lives. If working people do not use political power, somebody else will. We organise in our workplaces, we campaign in our communities, and yes, we organise politically too. And that is how working people have always won. Congress, I second the report.
Thank you, Dave. Could I have the Speaker from Southern Region, please, to speak to the statement? And then it will be Wales and South West.
President, Congress, Ali Haydor from Southern Region, speaking against the CEC's statement on politics and the Labour Party. Congress, the statement is somewhat empty, outdated, and offers no real change or hope to our members. It says we need a seat at the table, yet how many GMB members and activists had their Labour membership cancelled, in turn removed from the table? And yet, this government gave space at the table to Ambassador Peter Mandelson. Statement mentions about Employment Rights Act, yet it has been watered down. It gives little to no protection for gig workers. And what happened to our demand for £15 hourly wage? Congress, we fight for fairness in our communities, yet this Labour government is carrying out further cuts to our services. Why? When we had 14 years from Tories. The statement mentions about extremists on the left and on the right. And yet this Labour government gave us the speech, the Island of Strangers speech. Which side is the Prime Minister on? Let's be honest, Congress. We don't need Specsavers. We can all see this Labour Party is no longer red. So this statement is somewhat blind from the reality. Congress, last month's election clearly displayed the working class have abandoned the Labour Party because Labour has abandoned them first. Many of our members voted differently, desperately looking for change. Change this Labour government promised but not delivered. Our members are tired of old politics, politics that has failed to deliver for 40 plus years. And Labour's MP, Clive Lewis, said recently, the Labour Party has become pound shop reform, and I agree. Congress, what's not acceptable from the Tories and reform should never be acceptable from Labour Party. Not now, not in the future. So this statement and current GMB position
is not true reflection of our members' feelings. Congress is time for change. It's time to put working class at the heart of politics and not rich donors. Time to be flexible and not to put all our eggs in Labour's basket. It's time to make politics work for the many. Congress, please vote against this statement because, like the President said, feeling of anger and hope is not enough. We need to act for a better future. Thank you.
Thank you, Ali. Wales and South West. And then it'll be GMB Scotland.
Thank you. Congress, Chris Marsh, Wales and South West region, speaking in favour of the CEC political statement. Congress, this is a good report, and whilst I have my own political views on where this government is getting things wrong, it is important we remember we have a relationship with Labour. It's important to understand that everyone, myself included, will have their own relationship with Labour. We have thousands of our members who vote Green, SNP, Plaid Cymru, and yes, even Tory and Reform. If we sat everyone down, even if we wanted to, we wouldn't be able to convince them to vote Labour. We have to be realistic. Different people have different expectations of their union. We are the ones who come to Congress, and I'd mark us down as keen. Others just like repping in their workplace, some like the social element at meetings, and some just join to get cover for them when times are tough. That's fine, that's their choice. But we should remember that it is our responsibility as custodians of the union to deliver the changes that improve their lives. Our link with the Labour Party enhances our ability to do that. Yes, they should listen much more, and on issues other than just workers' rights. But colleagues, our forebears realised that you need political representation to make the world a better place. That's why they founded the Labour Party. Look at our work on health and safety, the Open University, the minimum wage, a new deal for working people. Congress, they are all from this floor here, delivered through the Labour vehicle. They wouldn't have done this without us. And back in March, we got the Labour Party to commit to ending term time only contracts. No other party has come up with this, and the Plaid-led government in Wales will not commit to that. It is not on the statute book in Scotland, where the SNP have been in government for 20 years. This proves that our methods work. It's not quick, but it's effective. And all those unions who aren't affiliated are already piggybacking on our hard work in these achievements. And Congress, that's fine. We know the GMB makes the political weather that other unions sit under. Congress, this report outlines the roadmap to our next achievements. But we don't have to sparkle with Starmer or bounce with Burnham, but we need to have a method to get in those wins for our members. This method has been proven for 126 years. Let's use it as a roadmap for the next 126. Support the CEC report.
Thank you, Chris. And GMB Scotland, and then it'll be North Western Irish region.
Congress, Tom Capollock, GMB Scotland, speaking in support of the CC statement. Congress, GMB Scotland supports this statement, but we do so with our eyes open. In Scotland, many of our members feel deeply disillusioned with Scottish Labour. We have struggled to engage meaningfully with the party that has too often tried to distance itself from the UK Labour Party and the UK Government, rather than make a clear, confident Labour case for working people. That strategy did not deliver. In May, Scottish Labour fell to its lowest ever number of MSPs. Just 2 years ago, there was a real potential for Labour to retake power at Holywood after almost 20 years of SNP government. That would have given Scotland a government with workers, jobs, public services and trade union values at the centre of its agenda. That opportunity has been squandered. GMP Scotland has therefore been quick and firm in calling for an independent review, a serious review of what went right and what went wrong, how this was allowed to happen and how Labour rebuilds its relationship with the working class communities across Scotland. We are not prepared to pretend that everything is fine, but Congress, none of that changes the central argument in this statement. Our affiliation to Labour gives GMB political power. It gives us access, it gives us standing, and it gives us a voice where decisions are made. It means that even when we are angry, even when we are critical, even when we are difficult, we are still in the room. In Scotland, on energy, we have been critical friends of Labour in recent years, often with the emphasis on critical. We have been vocal in questioning the UK government's rush to net zero and its talk of a just transition, which in reality has too often become a jobless transition. But that debate is not finished. Labour politicians have listened and more are backing a more measured transition to renewables, one that will reduce emissions while protecting thousands of skilled, well-paid unionised jobs in oil and gas. That is what affiliation can achieve. The alternative, the hasty, needless shutdown of North Sea, pursued by other parties on the left and by some opponents of this report, threatens industrial calamity while weakening our country's energy security. The debate over energy policy is an argument we can and will win because Labour will listen to its friends, even the difficult and critical ones. That is why we are disappointed at the prospect of some regions not supporting this statement. To walk away from the political power we have as a Labour affiliate would weaken our ability to influence the work of the government. In Congress, we should be honest about the so-called progressive alternatives. In Scotland, the Greens would inflict lasting damage on many of the sectors where GMB Scotland has members. Their approach to energy manufacturing and industry would mean job cuts to communities and cuts to an industrial future. GMB Scotland will continue to challenge Labour hard. We will not offer blank cheques and will not stay silent when our members are let down. But we also know that political power matters. And for GMB members, Labour affiliation remains the strongest route we have to shape policy, defend jobs and make work better. Congress, GMB Scotland supports the statement.
Thank you, Tom. North Western Irish region, and then it will be North East Yorkshire and Humber.
President, Congress, I'm here to support what everybody else has been supporting. You'll have to excuse me, I've got brain fog. No, that's what my doctor keeps telling me. Okay. So in January 1906, our founder, Will Thorne, became a Labour MP. He was one of the first Labour MPs elected. He represented members in West Ham, South, and then I think it's called Plaistow. Anyway, yeah. For almost 40 years, until 1945, he viewed his trade unionism and politics as mutually inclusive. He saw from the early days of the Labour Party that both industrial strength and political influence can combine to improve lives for our members. And I think it worked. Well, I know it worked. That was true over a century ago. It remains true today. For 14 years, the Conservative Party has attacked working class people and workers everywhere. Their rights have been cut in industry in our country. Much has changed from trade unions, workers, the Labour Party and the country since Will Thorne engaged in Parliament. We can say that the Labour Party has done everything. We can't say that the Labour Party has done everything we expected them to do and everything that we asked for. It's since forming the government, you get shocked about the things that he has done and the things he's rejected. The local elections were heartbreaking. I was out there posting things, talking to people in the streets, and I knew that my councillor that I was supporting at that time was not going to win, because almost every house that I went to, throwing the paper in the bin, I'm not voting for Labour ever again. And the people that used to vote for Labour, everybody was unhappy, and it was very, very sad for those that lost their seat. So next year, we don't know what's going to happen, but we hope that it can be improved, and that our MPs, and a lot of them are good MPs, that they will get in and stay. Reform are against every single trade union. In this room, if you are a rep in local government, Richard Trice has said, your pension is too generous. Well, I've worked in local government, and I wouldn't say my pension was that well. You know, I wish it was. It's struggling to pay the gas bill. Luckily, I've got free electricity at times during the day. Nigel Farage wants to privatise it. The NHS, our NHS is already cut to the limits. And he wants to privatise it. He wants to sell it off to some friend of his. Don't know, he's got orange hair, you know, but it's him in any case. Reform do not even believe in the national minimum wage. Despite this, the country and the current polling shows Reform could form the next government. That frightens me. I don't know about you. The threat to workers and our members is real and present. The idea that this is the moment to break our historical link with the Labour Party, and the Labour Party is my party and your party and everybody else's party that is workers, you know. The Labour Party was formed for the working people, and it's our Labour Party.
Linda, would you like to finish on that point?
Yes.
Nearly there.
So we're not going to throw away the baby in the bath. We're going to carry on and, like Gary said, keep working with the Labour Party to get a better outcome. Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
Well done, Linda. Thank you. Thank you. North East Yorkshire and Humber, and then followed by Midlands and then London.
Good afternoon, Congress. Les Timby, North East Yorkshire and Humber, speaking in favour of the special report as a Labour Party survivor in Durham. I say that because my contribution in this debate comes from that experience, that of a lifelong trade unionist Labour Party activist in what has been a Labour heartland for years. Yet little more than a year ago, my city, the home of the Durham Miners Gala, a county built on coal and the solidarity, voted a reform council. Congress, I get it. I know that many of my class feel let down by Labour. I get their frustration. When their lives are getting any better, they are struggling to find good, well-paid jobs, and the cost of living crisis makes their weekly shopping cost is out of control. And let me tell you, as someone who actually knocks on the doors, I know exactly how those people feel about the cutting of winter fuel allowance and letting down the WASPy women. But I also know Labour was set up by the trade unions to be the voice of the working people in Parliament. With the rise of the far right, it's never been more important that we have a strong voice representing our interests. And whilst we can make grand statements based on political purity or talk again and again about the potential of other parties to take over the voice of trade unions, the fact is nothing is done more for the working people than the Labour government. The creation of the NHS, the end of fire and rehire, the employment rights, Sure Start, the abolition of Section 28, the 5-day working week, pension compensation for the miners, the end of future subcodes in the NHS, all fought for by us and delivered by the party of our class. Don't get me wrong, I know that we must demand more. I do not believe in writing a blank cheque just because somebody is wearing a red rosette. But rather, I believe in using our power, our influence, to push Labour faster and harder to deliver for us, the working class. In Durham, I haven't given up fighting. I'm going to take on reform and their policies every time because I believe the people of Durham deserve better. And that means I'm going to have to fight hard to win my comrades back, and I certainly haven't given up fighting inside the Labour Party because I know that people of the North East won't have their lives improved by Nigel Farage and his cronies. But let me be clear, if you open up the debate about affiliation, then we won't be standing here talking about affiliation to TUSC, the Greens or your party. We will be talking about affiliation to reform. To do that because of political one-upmanship in this hall would be nothing more than a disgrace.
Les, I'm going to have to ask you to wind up.
I see it as my duty and the duty of every single one of us to fight for our politics, to fight for working people and always fight for our class. I urge you to support this statement. Comrades, solidarity.
Thank you, Les. Sorry. Midlands.
President, Congress, my name is Ben Cook and I'm proud to represent the Midlands Powerhouse. To speak in support of the CE statement on the politics in the Labour Party, I want to start by saying this. I'm incredibly proud that all the hard work, all the organising, and all the fighting has resulted in a Labour government. It's something I've waited for most of my adult life. Now, let's be honest. Have we got everything right? No, we haven't. We've made mistakes, but we're delivering real change for working people. Take the Employment Rights Act. This is not small progress. This is transformative. It means rebuilding collective bargaining, giving workers real power, again, and it improves maternity and paternity rights, strengthens union access, and begins to end zero-hour contracts. And for members like mine in ASDA, retail, this is a genuine opportunity to finally build a real voice and real power in the workplace. And then there's the Renters' Rights Act. For me, this is personal. I've lived it. I've had a Section 21 served on me, not knowing where me and my son Zach were going to sleep. and I couldn't get help until a judge evicted us as a Section 21 for a no-fault eviction. So I say with this with pride, this government is changing that and it's ending that injustice. But conference, our job is not done. In my constituency, my MP is Richard Tice. And during the general election, when I acted as a parliamentary agent, I saw firsthand what that politics looks like. Misogyny, homophobia, racism, transphobia, and let me be clear, there is no place in our movement or our country for division and hate. And as trade unionists, we know our role. We educate, we agitate, and we mobilise and we organise against the far right wherever it appears. We have hundreds of sponsored, GMB-sponsored MPs. That gives us power, but sponsorship is not a blank cheque. If they don't listen, if they don't deliver, then we as organised workers have the power and the force to change that. And I'm really proud that Sharon Yates in my region is proof of that. But there is still work to do in our schools, where our staff are under relentless pressure and underfunded, and around Send in manufacturing, where we must protect and grow good union jobs. And the battleground around AI, where we must ensure technology works for workers and not replaces them, and doesn't not exploit them. But I want to tell everybody in this room that if you're feeling disenfranchised with politics, everybody in this room has got the power to change that. Whether you go on the doorstep door knocking, whether you become a candidate yourself, or you want to stand to be a parliamentary candidate, you can do that. And trade unionists make the best candidates because we understand the real issues on the ground, in the workplaces and in the communities. Please support this statement. Thank you.
Thank you, Ben. And London Region.
Good afternoon. President, Congress. Christina Pickwood, GMB London Region. Congress, on behalf of GMB London, I speak here to support this report. Politics affects our members every day, whether it's pay, right at work, public services, or pension. Discussions taken by politicians have a direct impact on working people. If we are serious about defending our members, we need to be involved in these decisions. That's why our political workers matters. We've seen the difference it makes across GMB London Region. In Turk, for example, political interventions helped stop a wage cut for care workers. In East of England ambulance services, political pressure helped keep the Bedford call centre open. In Westminster, more than 70 MPs have backed our One Parliament, One Employer campaign on pay inequality. In Barking and Dagenham, councillors worked with our branches to secure a recognition agreement for cooks, cleaners, and maintenance workers. And during our dispute with Churchill, more than 150 MPs and peers backed GMB members fighting compulsory redundancies. We won the campaign and secured the company's first recognition agreement anywhere in the UK. Those aren't theories or talking points. They are real examples of what happens when industrial organization is backed up by political influence. Now, being affiliated doesn't mean agreeing with everything any politician does. GMB has never been shy about speaking up when we think Labour has got something wrong, and nor should we be. Our job is to represent our members, not cheerlead for politicians. But would be weaker if we walked away from politics together, all together. Congress, employers organise politically. Big businesses organize politically. Those with wealth and influence organize politically every day. Working people need to do the same. We must be clear that while alternative can be explored, this comes at expenses of dealing with influence we do have. And if we get it wrong, it comes at the expenses of working people. Our best hope is to influence changes from inside, not from outside the room. This report recognizes that reality, and that's why GMB London is proud to support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Christina. So now we take the motions. So can I ask the mover and seconders of motions 231 and 235 to come down? And I'll take the mover of 231 first, please.
President, Congress, Ali Haydor, Southern Region. Moving motion 231, political alternative for workers. Congress, this motion starts from a simple reality. Many working people no longer feel they have a political voice. Since taking office, Labour has failed to deliver on many commitments, key commitments to trade unions and working people. At the same time, we continue to see cuts to jobs and services, falling living standards and growing frustration amongst working class communities. As trade unions, we cannot ignore that reality because quality of life matters. Congress, if we are honest, more and more workers are looking elsewhere. Many are joining new political movements. That is why this motion matters. It does not call on GMB to support a new party today. It does not call on GMB to break its political links tomorrow. What it does call for is discussion, democracy, and consultation. A discussion about our relationship with Labour, a consultation on how our political fund is used, and a serious debate about whether working people need a new political voice rooted in the trade union movement. Other unions are already having these discussions. GMB members should not be excluded from this debate. Congress, if we believe in democracy, we should trust our members to have this conversation and decide what political path best advances the interests of working people. This motion simply opens the door to a debate that already is happening across the country and in the trade union movement. I ask Congress to support the discussion, support democracy, and support this motion. I move. Thank you.
Thank you, Ali. Seconder.
Jerry Hackett, Southern Region, first-time delegate, first-time speaker. Madam President, Congress, this motion is not about making a final decision today. It's about recognising that many working people are asking serious questions about political representation and that our union needs to be part of that discussion. Across the country, workers are facing rising costs, pressure on living standards, job insecurity, and cuts to public services. Many feel that the political system is not delivering for them. As trade unionists, we have a responsibility to listen to those concerns and discuss how best we can represent our members politically. That is why this motion calls for debate, consultation, and member involvement. It asks us to discuss relationships with Labour, to review how our political fund is used, and to consider what our current political strategy is achieving and the outcomes that our members expect. Importantly, it does not instruct Congress to support any particular party or political project. It simply says that the GMB members should have the opportunity to participate in discussion that has already taken place across the wider trade union movement. Other unions are debating these issues. GMB members deserve the same opportunity to have their voices heard and their voices considered. Congress, our union has always believed in democracy and member-led decision-making. I second this motion.
Well done, Jerry. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mover of motion 235.
Rob Sterling, Southern Region, first-time delegate, first-time speaker. So I'm moving motion 235. This Congress calls on the CEC to undertake a consultation of the membership regarding whether to continue affiliation to the Labour Party. This is a controversial motion, as we can see. So, as I'm sure we're all aware, for over 130 years, the GMB have been fighting for the rights of workers and ensuring that our class has a voice to influence decisions that are being made that affect our lives. Throughout our history, the GMB and other trade unions have been organising workers and taking action to improve our own living conditions. However, due to the way in which Britain is set up politically, to ensure the gains and improvements we were making weren't lost, it became clear the working class needed to have a voice in Parliament. A voice that could argue on behalf of the workers in the corridors of power, that could ensure the workers were front and centre when drafting legislation and laws, that could wrestle the reins of power out of the hands of the bosses and into the hands of the workers. Hence, the Labour Party was born. At its inception, the Labour Party was meant to be the political organisation of the trade unions. Unions organised the workplaces so we could beat the bosses at work, and the Labour Party was created so we could beat the bosses in Parliament. And for many years, Labour have been very successful, most notably with things like the creation of the NHS and from the cradle to grave welfare state. Even when not directly in power, Labour's presence in Parliament meant that the needs and demands of the workers couldn't be ignored. However, since the 1980s and 90s and the dawn of new Labour, questions have been raised. Are Labour still speaking and acting on our behalf? Some of our sister unions have withdrawn their support from the party, and there has been a serious battle recently within the party for the soul of that party. I'm sure there are people in this very room who have been suspended, bullied, or simply made so uncomfortable in the party that they are no longer members. For a party that claims to be on the side of the workers, that is simply not something that should be ignored. We've increasingly seen trade unions being sidelined and ignored by Labour. In fact, on a number of occasions in recent years, the GMB have seen fit to condemn and speak out against the things the Labour Party are doing. And as we've all seen things from like the watering down of the recent Workers' Rights Bill, we have to ask ourselves, are Labour still the party of trade unions, and do we want to continue being affiliated to them? Now, that's one of the benefits of being in a member-led democratic union. The membership gets to decide. And that's what this motion is asking for, that the membership has the right to decide about whether or not the union remains affiliated to Labour. We're calling on the CEC to consult with our members, the decision-making body of this union, to see if we still want to be affiliated with the Labour Party. We have the right and the authority to make that decision, not to have that issue decided for us. And ideally, the GMB senior management should not seek to sway that vote by pushing members in one direction or another. Let us truly respect our members by listening through genuine democracy. Maybe the voice of the trade unions and the working class would be better served by being aligned with another party. Or perhaps we could lend our support on specific parties on a case-by-case, election-by-election basis, whoever agrees to support our aims. Or perhaps we feel that there is something worth fighting for within Labour, and we'd be best positioned staying affiliated and fighting that battle from within. Whatever way, it should be for our membership to decide. Congress, I move.
Well done, Rob. Thank you. And seconder.
Hello, Rob Borland, Southern Region, first-time delegate, first-time speaker. Thank you. Seconding motion 235. Madam President, Congress. Membership of the Labour Party is something our members are already talking about in branches and workplaces across the Union. There are strong views on all sides about our relationship with Labour, and this is not a new debate, but one that's been ongoing for many years. Now, when members are already having that debate and the discourse is rising, the right thing to do is simple. We ask them. This motion doesn't decide the outcome today. It just asks for a proper consultation so our members can have their say. We know our political relationships matter. GMB works with Labour to influence decisions and to hold them to account, and that relationship has delivered real gains for working people. Even Gary Smith has said the Employment Rights Bill is one of the most positive steps forward for workers in decades, but he's also been clear that Labour don't always make it easy, and that we need to keep pushing them and making them listen. That's the reality our members see as well. There are clear positives to affiliation, like influence, access, and having a voice where decisions are made. But there are also frustrations, and members feel that. So rather than assume what members think, we should just ask them. Because if we expect government to listen to the GMB, then the GMB has to listen to its members. A clear mandate gives us strength, whichever way it goes, because we know we're acting on what members actually want. It also gives an opportunity to really communicate with our members on why politics matter and how it shapes the everyday decisions that affect our members at work. This is about being honest, democratic, and making sure our position comes direct from our members. Congress trust our members enough to ask the question. Congress, I second.
Thank you, Rob. Does anyone wish to speak in opposition to either of those motions? Okay, come up and let us know which motion it is you're speaking in opposition to, please.
Good afternoon, President, Congress. Fazana Juma, Regional President of the Shy and Humber, North East Yorkshire and Humber region. I'm speaking in opposition of motion 231. If there is a region that understands how political decisions made in Westminster impact workers' lives, it's mine. For too many of us, the legacy of Thatcher lives on in our families and communities, in every industry and coalfield area, ravaged by privatisation, casting a dark shadow over too many futures. Today, those same areas face new challenges. The need for investment, the ambition to move to cleaner, renewable energy, the need to regenerate and diversify. Likewise, I and many of my members are so angry about international issues, including Palestine, and I feel the anger on the winter fuel allowance, WASPI, delays with Hillsborough Law, benefit cuts, loud and clear. I'm no fan of Starmer, but our job is not to judge or have favourites. It's to make work better. Let's take the boiler ban. We overturned it, safeguarding thousands of jobs. We got millions of pounds worth of invested into glass in Nottingham. We got nuclear developed, and last week we secured the investment needed into keeping our potteries alive with a wonderful Sharon here. And yes, we forced the government to recognise the state of Palestine. These are serious politics to deal with serious problems. Most importantly, politics makes a difference. Congress, I'm asking you to oppose this motion. It opens the door to the far right that causes further hate and division with reform. Our members need us to be grown-ups and support them no matter who government is. Currently, locally, this now means working with reform-led authorities. Our job does not change. We continue to work hard for our members. Congress, let's keep GMB rooted in reality, in delivering for ordinary working people. Please oppose this motion.
Thank you, Fazana. Next speaker, please.
President, Congress, Sarah Young, North East Yorkshire and Humber region, proud trade unionist, socialist and troublemaker, standing to oppose motion 235. I want to tell you about the local so-called progressive candidate in Sheffield, a long-standing forever-present shadow who has always cared more about political purity than collective power and views of working people. Of course, he always knows better. Only last year, as part of a campaign made up of, frankly, a bunch of odd bods trying to break our sole union agreement on the Sheffield bins. Now, that battle they never had a chance with because we've got 85% density, but they still made our members' lives hell, smashing the car windows, sharing rape threats and throwing vile abuse, all in the name of being on the right side. Well, that guy popped up again in May as the Tusk candidate for Manor, a traditional white working class party in the Steel City. He claimed to be the voice of the trade unionist. Congress, he got 27 votes. Reform, however, got 1,241. That's the reality of what we are opening the door to if we open our affiliation. We will not be here debating the differences between Tusk, your party, the Greens, or George Galloway's Working Party. We will end up opening the door to reform. Comrades can pretend that's not the reality, but I can tell you from the heart of the industrial north that is absolutely where we will end up. I, for one, can't allow that to happen, so someone can feel better about themselves in this hall today. This is too important to play political purity trumps with. This is about our political voice of our class. Please oppose this motion.
Thank you, Sarah. Spot on with the timing. Well done. And then Sharon.
Hello, everybody. I'm Sharon Yates. I'm a bit fed up of hearing my name today. But I'm speaking in opposing motion 35. I'll tell you how it is. I'll tell you the reality that why we need to be with the Labour Party. I've fought for years against the Tories, fighting for the industry, to no avail. They just ignored us. They basically laughed at us. They treated us as second-class citizens. So what happened because they didn't listen, and this will be every other political party other than Labour, because I'll get to that in a second. We're losing factories, we are hemorrhaging because we have never ever been listened to. We lost Royal Stafford, we lost Moorcroft. Gladly, Moorcroft reopened. We've lost Denby. If anybody sees the video, the devastation of those people pushing a kiln for the last time on an industry that working class people work for, and the Labour Party is a working class party. But I'm not happy with the Labour Party, and also the General Secretary isn't, and many of you aren't. But it is our party. It's only us who can make them changes. And in the last 2 years, just from a little branch in Stoke Unity S75, I had full support of my branch, and I had full support of my region, my Midlands region, and also the General Secretary, and it went national. And I fought tooth and nail against these MPs and ministers, and finally last month we sealed the support of £120 million for the ceramic industry. Now that's been done in 2 years, and you have to learn when you're a union rep or a union with these governments. It takes time and it takes patience, and I've always believed that if you fight for something, you will get it, and that's why it's so important that we are on the inside. If I wasn't on the inside, God knows what would have happened. The industry would be lost. Now, because of this money, we've given hope, we've given people the livelihoods back, we've given security, we've given hope to the city, the people, the little shops around, because the ceramic industry is going to survive, but it's only the start. We've got to keep tapping away at the government. And like I said, this Labour Party is our party. And I'll leave you with this. If we believe, we can achieve. So please support what I've just said and oppose motion 35.
I was very lenient with you there. Are there any more people speaking in opposition? No, in that case, Ali, you've got the right of reply, as does Rob.
Congress, President Congress, Ali Haydo, Southern Region. We heard a lot about members, hashtag members. Well, our members, vast majority, voted against the Labour Party in the last election. So let's get that right. So if Labour Party was delivering for our members, why did they vote against us? Why did they vote against the Labour Party? Opening the door to reform. Yet Labour and Starmer is copying reform's policies, just a lighter version. So isn't Starmer and Labour Party somewhat holding the door to reform to number 10 Downing Street? Is this what we should be supporting and carrying on? On £12.71, the minimum hourly wage, comrades, is that enough for our members, many of them, to live on? To pay their bills, pay their rent, pay for food? Is that provides a quality of life? Can our MPs live on £12.71? Many of our members, when I speak to them, especially care workers, working 6-7 days a week, over 60-70 hours a week. Is that normal? When many of our union officers work 32-35 hours a week. Why should the union officers work roughly under 40 hours when our members on £12.71 working longer?
Congress, please respect the Speaker.
So, Congress, the reality is it's not working. We need to change it because that's what our members are calling for. So we need to trust our members because we are member-led union. Thank you.
Thank you. Ali, can I just remind people who are making speeches, please don't bring staff matters into your speech. Thank you. Rob?
Yeah, hi, Rob Sterling still. I didn't realise I had a right to reply, so I haven't actually prepared much about this, but just on a couple of things that were being said. We're not calling at the moment for the disaffiliation from the Labour Party. We're just asking for people to be given the right to say whether or not we want to remain affiliated. That's what the motion 235 is asking for, is just being given the say in that. We've heard about from the statement and things like that, that last year there was a special statement on the Labour Party and things like that. Like, I don't remember ever being asked if I wanted to give my views on that, that statement. I don't remember ever being asked if I want to remain affiliated to the Labour Party. That's all that motion is asking for, is to be asked our members, who are the sovereign decision-making body of the union, to whether or not we want to remain affiliated to the Labour Party. There was also a lot of talk about if we start questioning, we're going to open up the door to reform. And that, to me, suggests to me that a lot of people don't have faith in you, in the sovereign decision-making. Like, I'd be flabbergasted if anyone in this room was considering voting for reform and things like that. So all we're asking for is to respect our members, who are you guys, to be able to make the right decision. And I don't see it as opening up the door to reform, because none of us would vote for reform, I wouldn't have thought. But yeah, anyway, sorry that was a little incoherent. As I said, I wasn't prepared to do a second bit. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, and then Dave, I'll ask you to respond because there was opposition to the statement, so you respond on behalf of the CEC. It's been a long debate, but an important one, and this is the last speaker on this.
President, Congress, Dave Douglas again, North East Yorkshire and London Region, responding on behalf of the CEC to motions 231 and 235. Congress, we have had a full and open debate. That's not only right, it's also necessary. To be clear, the CEC is seeking withdrawal of all three remaining motions in favour of the CEC statement on politics and the Labour Party. Last year, we debated these matters at length. Just 12 months ago, our GMB Congress voted unanimously to endorse the CEC Special Report on Political Strategy. This established a clear, member-led political strategy based on influence, accountability and delivering for our members. It also reaffirmed our affiliation to the Labour Party. The motions before us reflect genuine concerns about the direction of Labour and decisions taken in government, but they all seek, in different ways, to revisit the same questions that Congress has addressed and settled very recently. Motion 231 calls for consultation on a political alternative for workers and engagement with the creation of a new political party. The CEC believes this cuts directly across the position agreed by our Congress. GMB is already politically active at every level with strong democratic and regional structures that enable members to shape policy, hold representatives to account and oversee the political fund. Congress, we also should not be naive. Politics in this country is under the most severe strain. There are no easy answers. Populists of all political shades, from right and left, are trying to sell easy slogans as solutions to the problems we face. Congress, let's be clear. Current polling shows that reform is in the front with trade union members. Is that really a political alternative we want for our great union? History tells us where that can lead. Motion 235 seeks a further consultation on Labour Party affiliation. Congress has already reached a clear and democratic decision on this issue through the adoption of the special report. GMB's affiliation and political fund are already subject to democratic oversight and accountability. We do not need yet another consultation because Congress is sovereign and delegates made that decision unanimously only last year. President, Congress, the CEC recognises the strength of feeling behind these motions. Nobody in this hall is suggesting that Labour gets everything right. I certainly don't. We have challenged robustly where we believe Labour has fallen short, and we will continue to do so, because our loyalty is not to any political party. Our loyalty is to the interests of GMB members. But this debate comes down to a simple question. Do we walk away from achievable political influence that generations of trade unionists fought to build? Do we walk away from influence we have on employment rights and job creation? And I'll say my sister's name once again because I know she absolutely loves it. I've just seen her face. Sharon and the GMB Midlands show that why we do what we do matters. Their fight to get support in the ceramics industry only works because we can influence a Labour government. We do not walk away from that. Politics shapes our members' lives, whether we engage or not. The choice is whether those decisions are made with us or without us. We are not a think tank or a charity. GMB is an industrial bedrock, a titan of the Labour movement that founded the Labour Party. We are proud of who we are and what we do. We have a seat at the table, but like I said before, that doesn't stop us kicking them underneath it. That's how it should be. That's how it's always been, and that's how you get things done and use politics to make work better. Therefore, Congress, the CEC, is seeking withdrawal of motions 231 and 235 in favour of the CEC statement on politics and the Labour Party. I ask Congress to support the statement. Thank you.
Thank you, Dave. I will now put the statement to the vote. All those in favour of the statement, please show. Thank you. Any against? Thank you. The statement's carried, which means those two motions are full. But it was a good debate, and I thank everybody that took part in it in a comradely way. Colleagues, it is my great pleasure to invite Margaret Aspinall and Sue Roberts to address Congress. They have worked tirelessly for decades to get justice for the families of the Hillsborough tragedy. Some of you will have been at Congress 2016 when Margaret last spoke to us. We are honoured to have both Margaret and Sue to update us on where the Hillsborough law now is with their campaign. Welcome, Margaret and Sue.
First and foremost, before I say anything, I'd like to thank the Congress, the Chairman, the Vice Chairman and everybody for inviting Sue and I here today. There's something I'd like to say before I start, and that is, I've listened to everybody this afternoon and I thought everybody spoke very well. But can I ask you all, please, let's bring Labour back to the way it used to be years ago. I see a great change in Labour. My grandmother, years ago, was the Harold Wilson Day, and she handed her shop over, that she had a shop, and she handed it over to Harold Wilson to have one of his very first meetings. They're the people I'd like to have back into Labour Party, because I think Labour has changed so much, and I've been Labour all my life. But Labour let Hillsborough families down. They let us down in the very early days. They done the talk, but they didn't do the walk. Actions speak louder than words. They always have done. I do not need the tea and sympathy that we were getting offered 38 years ago. I always thought with Labour, we would get the truth of Hillsborough. We talk about racism. I absolutely agree with everybody here. It's a disgrace. We should not have racism in this country. Never. But on saying that, I felt racism was against Liverpool people. I thought it was racism against our supporters, against our city, and against our people. We've had this fight now for all of them years. Obviously, we can't go any further. What Sue and I are here for today is for the people of this country, to change things, to change a culture that was so wrong, so corrupt, that's gone on for all of these years. And it's been going on pre-Hillsborough. If you go back and you look at Jimmy Savile, everybody knew about that. That was a cover-up. Jeremy Thorpe, Cyril Smith, all cover-ups, every one of it. So we knew from the very early days, and can I tell you all now, I knew from the very beginning, within 4 weeks, that Hillsborough was going to be a massive cover-up. How did I know that? What gave me that impression? I'll tell you what gave me that impression. I was well taught by my mother about Orgreave. I was well taught about Orgreave. And my mother said to me when my son died at Hillsborough, who was just 18, that she owes a debt to the South Yorkshire Police, Margaret Thatcher. That debt was repaid by the deaths of R97 and not one person being held to account. I met Margaret Thatcher for the first time 4 weeks after the disaster. And it's a thing that sticks in my memory, as old as I am now, because I'm going on for 80 now. I'm an old woman. I was a young woman when it happened, but I'm an old woman now. but I will do anything and go anywhere to help the people of this country who's helped us. I don't have scripts. I've never had a script. I don't need a script because I speak the truth and I speak how I feel. And if people don't like what I say, that's their issue, not mine. And when I met Margaret Thatcher, all the families got taken down to the crypt 4 weeks after the disaster, and it's a thing that stays in my head and always will. And I don't care who listens to this or who sees this, I'm telling the truth. We went down into the crypt and we were all lined up, regimented, all lined up, and Mrs. Thatcher and her entourage to come in. She went along the line and shaking all the families' hands and having a little word with them. Now, I didn't know the families then. Obviously, it was only 4 weeks later. We were all devastated. We were in a mess. And when she came up to me, before she came up to me, I said to my husband, don't shake her hand when she comes to us. Of course, Jimmy did. He was in a bit of a mess. He just shook her hand. But she came to me and I just said, I'm sorry, Mrs. Thatcher. I don't want to be disrespectful, but I cannot shake your hand. Why ever not, dear? A patronising voice I will never forget. Why ever not, dear? I said, because my son is in a grave, just 18, his first away game, my firstborn. You tell me why he's in a grave alongside, at the time it was 94 others, because 95 on the day died. You tell me why my son is in a grave, in the ground early, done everything right. You tell me, why is he there with 94 others? My dear, there were 780 policemen on duty that day. I said, no, Mrs. Thatcher, you've got that wrong. There was more than that. Then what the hell were they doing? Her words to me were, their job, my dear, their job. I said, 95 people, innocent people have died, and that was their job. And I'll step away from you, dear. She said, you are so angry. I said, I'll do you a favour, Mrs. Thatcher. I'll step away from you. Get out, Jimmy. Walk out now. And we did. And we did. But I knew. No. Oh, God. No. But I knew from that day on that this is going to be a massive cover-up because she wanted to protect her police force. So the families had a hell of a job on my hands. As you all know, 38 years on, Sue and I are still here alongside Charlotte Hennessy, Steve Kelly and other families. But we've been down every court case we could go. I'll never forget Labour giving us the scrutiny, which was Stuart Smith, Jack Straw. It was the worst thing he ever gave anybody. It was a disgrace. It was a massive, massive disgrace. But what gets me, and why Sue and I are here for the people of this country to try and change things, not only the culture, but to have a Hillsborough law. Now, the Hillsborough law, I know you've heard a few things about it. The Hillsborough law is nothing to do with Hillsborough families. It'll do nothing for us, absolutely nothing. But what it will do for the people of this country and their children and their grandchildren, it'll change everything that we've had to fight against. We will get a duty of candour. A duty of candour is for them to tell the truth. Do not lie. You tell the truth. Parity of arms. I didn't realise that families had to pay every step of the way, every court case we took, every private prosecution, judicial reviews, pre-trials, families had to pay for every penny. I had 4 other young children. I had to borrow. I'm not ashamed to say it. I was a working class mum, that's all I was. Working class mum, and I'm proud to say it. I work for everything that we've got, and I own. I've worked hard for. I still now to this day do a bit of work and pay taxes to this country. But I'm certainly not paying taxes for them to pay the perpetrators, and the victims get no help whatsoever. So what we're fighting for, obviously, I think that's gone off, it's sick of listening to me. What we're fighting for is a parity of arms, that no matter what the police get, any service get, those who are fighting an injustice get exactly the same amount of money. They don't have to go out campaigning. Because when you get, you know, they say to you, well, the judge will be looking at this, the judge will be looking at that. I'm sorry, but I don't even trust bloody judges, because a lot of them can be corrupt as well. Because when you can get a judge, when we went to one of the trials, when a judge can turn around and say to Mr. Duckenfield, don't worry, Mr. Duckenfield, you won't serve a custodial sentence. That's before the trial started. You go to a private prosecution and the judge goes beyond his remit and directs the jury twice. What he done, what Hooper done, which is Judge Hooper, I'll tell you his name, not ashamed to say it. He gave the questionnaire to the jury. And them questions, there was 5 questions. We're all sitting there as families. He turned around and says, now, if you find Mr. Duckenfield guilty on the first question, you go to the second question. If you find him guilty on the second question, you go to the third question. But if you find him not guilty on the first question, you come out and say, not guilty. You don't have to go to the other questions. The jury gets sent out within a matter of maybe 2 days or a day or 2. I can't quite remember. The jury come back to ask a question on the third point. Now, can you follow me? They came back to ask a question on the third point. What did Hooper say to them? Looked at the families and said, it doesn't mean to say they found him guilty on the first and second. I thought, if I got idiot on my bloody fod, they must have found him guilty to get to the third point. That's what you put to them. He turned round and said to the jury, what message will you be sending out to the emergency services if you come back with guilty? What chance did you have? What chance did we have when he can do that and go beyond his remit? This is what families have been up against for all of these years. And to me, we have changed a lot. We changed the verdict when top people were saying to us, you'll never get 96 at the time, get them changed, Margaret, it's never going to happen. We bloody well did. We bloody changed it. But then, we got the unlawfully killed verdict. And yet not one person's been accountable, not one person, for 97 innocent victims, 97 unlawfully killed. The system in this country stinks. It's got to change. And we're here hopefully to try and change a culture that's so morally wrong, so corrupt. It's an absolute disgrace. And I'd like to say to all of you, and please mark my words, the truth costs nothing. Lies and cover-ups has cost all of you taxpayers billions, billions. And I've said it to Mr. Starmer, and I've said it, and I've told him straight. when I've had quite a few meetings with the Prime Minister, and I went, one thing about me, you'll never brainwash me. I do not get brainwashed. I think so many people can be brainwashed and divide and rule, but people have got to stick together. You've all got to stay together. You've all got to make sure you never, ever give up for what you know is right, proper and just. Never, ever, ever give up. Sorry, sir, I should leave something for you to say. I'm sorry.
How do you follow that?
Mention Andy Burnham, please.
I will do, yeah. Margaret mentioned that she's spoke and said, you know, it was a disgrace what happened. She then said to Andy Burnham, I want to go and address these people. I want to go down to London. I want to speak to MPs and people from the Lords. So Andy arranged for Margaret to have that conversation. And Margaret told them straight, you're all a disgrace. She did tell them that, and she did say the suit doesn't make the man, the dress doesn't make the lady. Following that meeting, as we were walking through the streets of London, Margaret and Andy Burnham were walking together, and Margaret said, something's got to change in this country. This is appalling. We need a Hillsborough law. And that was the start of the Hillsborough law. And Andy then placed what should have been the Hillsborough law before Parliament in 2017. Then, unfortunately, it wasn't Labour in charge anymore. And what did the Conservatives do with the Hillsborough law? Nothing. Nothing. Now, we're 95% of the way there. And, you know, we've got a lot to thank Margaret and Andy Burnham and our legal team for, but there's powers that be behind the Prime Minister from the from the civil servants, but it's all to do with national security. But national security doesn't come into Hillsborough law. National security, if somebody has something that it would breach national security, there's already controls in place. So they're just trying to whitewash people. And I do believe we will only get a Hillsborough law from the Labour Party. I don't believe Reform would want it. The Conservatives have shown already that they don't want it. So we need for you to please contact your MPs and get behind Hillsborough law. Follow Hillsborough law now on Twitter and social media. And please, please, you know, we do need your support. We're that close, but we need to push it over the line. Margaret wants to say something more.
I do actually, because when I say, I never shut up, to be honest with you. When I said to Sue, mention Andy Burnham, what I meant her to say was about Andy Burnham stood on the cop in front of 30,000 people, and they were all chanting to him, justice for the 96, even though we know now it's 97, but justice for the 96. He stood there, he took it, and I was very proud of him when he done that. And because of that, because of Andy standing there, he promised me he'd take it back into Parliament, which he did do. He kept his word, he did do, because within a couple of weeks, we were seeing the Ministry of Justice, we were having meetings with the Ministry of Justice. So I've got to thank Andy, because things changed for the Hillsborough families when Andy stood on that cop and took that message back from all of them crowds. So we owe Andy, but not just Andy, the likes of Jimmy McGovern with his drama doc. But I do remember when Sue was saying then about me being in Parliament doing a talk, which I did, and I did tell them straight what they all should be ashamed of themselves. Later on, some from the House of Lords came up to me and somebody from the government and said, you should be in Parliament, Margaret. I said, well, if I was in Parliament, you'd all be bloody sacked. Good job I'm not. The whole lot of you would be gone. Because me personally, I think the ordinary people could do a far better job. It doesn't take Einstein to sort things out. It takes common sense. It only takes common sense. And I'm afraid I've got a mouth. I don't care if people don't like what I say. That's up to them. But I'm speaking on behalf, I hope, for the good of this nation, for the good of the children, the grandchildren, their futures. And that's why I say, please, please, help to bring Labour back to the way it used to be, for the working class people, no one else. Would you like to say something else, please?
What a privilege that was to have Margaret and Sue with us, and what awe-inspiring people they are, because like I said this morning, they're not doing it because for themselves, they've lost their children, they're doing it for other families, so they don't have to go through the same thing, and that's pretty special. That is solidarity. So Margaret and Sue, thank you so much.
Congress, we now move to debating motions under union organisation, representation and accountability. Could the movers of motion 30 come to the rostrum and motion 31, 32 and 33, please? Can you come down the front? Well, mover for motion 30, please come to the rostrum.
Well, I'm not quite sure how to follow that one. Such a powerful message. So, good afternoon, Congress, panel. Josh Blacklock from the loud and proud North East Yorkshire and Humber region. This is just a little short and sweet one. Congress, there are currently a set of procedures known as Rule 5, Rule 6 and appeals. In these procedures, any single one of us can be named for whatever reason. However, the current procedure deems that when you are named, you have no right to comment, you have no right to be interviewed, and you have no right to have your say on the matter. This scenario can, and has previously, caused a negative impact on individuals. It can also sway a decision based on information that may be not entirely correct, with obviously no ability to confirm or deny. Because of this, we request that the CEC create a clear-cut procedure for Rule 5, 6 and the appeals process for the right for each individual who deserves it, that when named on these matters, to have their comments about it. We are going to refer this back to the CEC. Please help us protect ourselves and our members. Thank you.
Before I call a seconder, please can I remind everyone to lift their chairs, the noise echoing around the hall. Please be a bit considerate for others, thank you. Can I have the seconder, please, for motion 30? Thank you. So can I, oops. Can I have the mover for motion 31, please?
I don't think we've got a seconder for this one either. Okay. Lynn Pollard, Southern Region, still dyslexic. This motion addresses something that is often overlooked but can have a profound impact on our members and activists. The emotional and mental well-being of these involved in Rule 5, Rule 5A and Rule 6 procedures. Regardless of the outcome, when subjected to an investigation or a formal procedure, can be extremely stressful experience. And trust me, I know, I've been there. It can create anxiety, uncertainty, isolation, affecting not only the individual concerned, but also their family, their work, and their wider well-being. As trade unionists, we rightly challenge employers to provide support mechanisms for workers facing disciplinary and grievance procedures. Many employers provide access to employee-assisted programs, counselling services and well-being support. Yet when our own members, activists and branch officers find themselves involved in internal proceedings, equivalent support is not always available. This motion is not about changing the rules or influencing outcomes. It is about reassuring the people that people are treated with dignity and compassion while these procedures take place. No member should feel abandoned because they are retired, self-employed, unemployed, or otherwise unable to access workplace well-being services. No representative supporting a member through these procedures should be left without support themselves. The proposals in this motion are practical, reasonable, and consistent with the values we promote every day in our workplace across the country. They recognise that supporting well-being is not a luxury, it's a responsibility. If we expect employers to care for the welfare of the workers, then we must hold ourselves to the same standard. Congress, I urge you support motion 31. Thank you.
Southern Region, do you have a seconder? Okay, thank you. Motion 32. Could I have the next speaker, please?
President Congress, Craig Neil, proud to be North East Yorkshire number. Moving, motion 32, policies and procedures protecting our lay members. On occasion, when there's been a matter for investigation, our colleagues are often left isolated. Without any supporting rule, there are no consistent protections for our members in our union. We are calling on Congress to develop and adopt policies and procedures within our own rule book to protect our lay members, activists and post holders when things go wrong. Being a workplace representative is not an easy job and we volunteer for it. It can at times be an emotional and volatile environment. If things don't go the way of a member, then the representative is quite often in the firing line, the only outlet left available, and this leaves us vulnerable. Not enough is done to protect and monitor the well-being of lay members when things reach this stage. We all understand that strict workplace boundaries must be enforced and confidentiality must be maintained, but that does not mean that members should be left alone. A supportive peer, someone to talk to rather than a legal advisor or investigator, should be the absolute bare minimum. Official advice from other employers is to seek support from trade union representative or certified workplace counsellor, and this is where we drop through the net. Testimony gathered includes, I couldn't tell anybody what had happened and felt so alone. There were no calls from anyone to check who I was, just a letter posted with dates. I felt like I'd done wrong, even though it was found I had no case to answer. My mental health suffered greatly. Them's real words from real members. We're expected to carry this weight with no real support network or formal outlet. As an organisation, we must provide a safe environment for our lay workforce to be able to access support, ensure they are regularly updated and informed of outcomes within a reasonable time. We must provide clear policies that consider a person's well-being during a difficult process. And let me be clear, we are not providing these. We call upon Congress to create a working group from regional council members across all regions to create policies in rule to protect our lay members within 2 months of Congress 26. Consultation on this must be union-wide, with regional members being able to feed into this in a timely manner and to report back no later than Congress 27 with a final policy and procedure, keeping the welfare of our members in mind in our rule book. Now to the meat of this. This motion was referred last year. However, as no progress has been made, we feel it needs to be voted on by Congress 2026. Congress, we must do better. We can do better. Please support this motion. Thank you.
Any seconder? Thank you.
Just to lift these up a bit. Hi, my name's Ross, first-time delegate. From the shy and humble, yet also loud and proud, North East Yorkshire and Humber region. I'm seconding this motion because I believe it's vital that we, as a collective, provide the greatest level of support possible to our lay members. I won't repeat everything Craig has already said, because I've got less time. Already set out so well, but I do want to focus on certain matters in this motion. This motion is not new. There was support from the floor last year, and it's already been referred once. That shows there is an issue the members care deeply about, and we should emphasise this should not be delayed. This motion is about ensuring members are not left isolated without consistent protections, and at times when they are already facing situations that could have a huge impact on their lives, and all too often the process itself is the punishment. Delays and lack of clarity, inconsistent support can take serious tolls long before any outcome is reached. We cannot ignore the impact that uncertainty and isolation that have on our members' well-being, and by introducing union-wide policies and procedures, we can provide clarity and reassurance and consistency. Our region is putting measures in place to implement this, but this needs to be national policy, and procedures need to be implemented to protect all of us. The benefits are clear. Better mental health, well-being, stronger confidence in the union, and a fairer place experience for all members, regardless of the region or the workplace. So I ask, if we are truly a work and equality-focused organisation, is that not reason enough to act? Congress, please support motion 32 in establishing a working group to develop these policies with a report back in 2027. Thank you.
Speaker for motion 33, please.
President, Congress, Ian Minard, Wales and South West Region, moving motion 33. GMB Representatives Welfare Support. Congress, I am proud to stand here before you today as a GMB representative and as a pharmacy technician working in the NHS in Plymouth. In my professional role, I care for patients. In my union role, I care for staff, and both these roles carry responsibility, pressure, and emotional weight. As an NHS GMB rep, I do not represent just one group of workers. I represent porters, cleaners, admin staff, nurses, allied health professionals, pharmacy teams, from bands 4 right through to band 8. I sit in disciplinaries, I support grievances, I manage sickness cases, I deal with bullying, harassment, and NHS staff who are generally at breaking point. And like so many reps in this room, I do this alongside a full NHS job. We come off a ward, a dispensary or a clinic, and go straight into a case meeting. We finish long shifts and then answer messages from our members in crisis. We do it because we care. But Congress, caring comes at a cost, because what we are exposed to is not just workload, it is trauma. We hear about suicide attempts, we hear about domestic abuse, we hear about stress so severe it makes people ill. We hear about unsafe staffing levels at wards and colleagues pushed beyond their own limits. And then we are expected to go back to our own roles and carry on as normal. But we are not untouched by what we hear. We carry these stories with us. And unlike paid union officers, workplace reps are not employed by the GMB. Yet we carry the emotional burden of union work every single day. And right now, Congress, there is something missing. There is no dedicated welfare support or system for GMB representatives. We are trained to support others. We are expected to protect well-being, but who looks after us? Because here is the reality. When reps burn out, they leave. When reps become overwhelmed, they step down. And when this happens, our members do not just lose a rep, they lose experience, they lose trust, they lose advocacy at the moments they need it most. If we want strong, effective representation in the NHS and beyond, we must look after the people who deliver it. That is what this motion is about. It asks something simple but powerful: to create a representative welfare support hub for GMB reps, a place for confidential emotional support, a place for trauma-informed listening, a place where reps can be signposted to help when they need it, not as a last resort, but as a normal, accepted part of doing this role. And let me be clear, this is not about weakness, this is about sustainability, because you cannot pour from an empty cup. You cannot support others effectively if you are struggling yourself. If the NHS is serious about staff well-being, and we know it must be, then GMB must be serious about its reps' well-being. I am proud to be a GMB rep. I am proud to work in the NHS, but I want to be doing both without burning myself out. Congress, please support this motion. I move.
Seconder.
President, Congress, I'm Nick Amos, Wales and South West Region, seconding motion 33. First time delegate, first time speaker. Thank you. Congress, the Speaker has powerfully described the reality of being a GMB workplace rep, particularly in the NHS. And I want to be absolutely clear, what we have heard today is not unique to one workplace, one sector, or one region. This is the lived experience of reps across our union. Our representatives are the first line of support for members at their most vulnerable. Reps listen when someone is facing bullying, disciplinary action, sickness, breakdown or crisis. They absorb distress, anger, fear and trauma, often in between shifts, on breaks or at the end of their exhausting day's work. And yet, as has been said, there is currently no dedicated system to support the well-being of those reps themselves. This motion does not criticise GMB, it strengthens it. It recognises that strong, effective representation depends on healthy, supported representatives. When reps burn out, step away or silently struggle on, it is not just them who lose out, it's our members, our branches and our organisation capacity. What is being asked for here is modest, sensible and necessary. A confidential welfare support hub for representatives, a place to talk, a place to be listened to, a place to be signposted before crisis becomes collapse. This is not about weakness, it is about resilience and sustainability. Congress, we cannot continue to ask unpaid workplace reps to carry emotional labour without support, especially when we know the toll that trauma-informed work takes. If we truly value our reps, we must back that up with action. Supporting this motion sends a clear message that GMB understands the demands we place on representatives and that we are prepared to look after the people who look after our members every day. For those reasons, Congress, I urge you to support this motion and help future-proof our union by caring for those at its heart. I second.
Does anyone wish to speak in opposition to any of these motions? Okay, can we ask our CEC, Donna Spicer, to come up and speak, please?
Yeah, maybe a little bit lower. It's fine. Thank you. President, Congress, Donna Spicer from Southern Region, responding for the CEC to motions 30, 31, 32 and 33. On motion 30, existing procedures for rules 5, 5A and 6 provide a structural framework for handling complaints, disputes and disciplinary matters. They allow for full hearings in which all parties directly involved have the opportunity to present their case through written submissions, oral evidence and relevant witnesses. A central and essential feature of these procedures is confidentiality. This protects all individuals involved, including complainants, respondents and witnesses, and ensures that matters be considered fairly, free from external pressure, reputational harm or informal interference. Maintaining this confidentiality is critical to preserving trust in the process and ensuring that individuals feel safe to engage with it. The motion seeks to extend participation to individuals who may be named or referenced within proceedings. While the intention is understood, this raises serious concerns that need to be fully considered. Expanding the right to intervene in cases beyond those directly party to complaint risks creating overtly complex and protracted processes. It would also fundamentally alter the balance of the current system, potentially undermining procedural fairness rather than strengthening it. Crucially, there is a significant unintended consequence that must be recognised. If individuals believe that raising a complaint could lead to wider participation or scrutiny from others named or connected to the case, this may deter members from coming forward in the first place. The union must prioritise creating an environment where members feel safe, protected and confident to raise concerns. Any proposal that risks discouraging complaints or exposing individuals to additional pressure or perceived retaliation would be a step backwards. The existing rulebook already contains the necessary flexibility to ensure fairness where required under Rules 5.12 and 6.2. The leadership have agreed that the October CEC will undertake a strategic forward look towards Congress 2027.
On motion 31, the CEC is seeking to refer Rule 5.5a and Rule 6 procedures and issues involving complaints and disciplinaries around membership can be a difficult process for everyone involved. The substance of the motion should be referred to the full CEC to consider, as it may want to update guidance or template letters for use, including signposting to services, which was last agreed by the CEC in March 2023. On motion 32, the CEC is asking this to be referred. The concerns raised in this motion appear to relate primarily to Rule 5.5a and Rule 6 procedures. These are areas where the Union already has established processes alongside clear authority for the CEC to issue additional guidance on how such procedures are conducted. This includes the ability to strengthen welfare considerations, communication expectations and support mechanisms without the need for rulebook amendments. It is important to be clear that introducing prescriptive policies into the rulebook is not always the most effective or flexible approach. The current framework deliberately allows for guidance to be updated in response to experience and evolving best practice. The branch has had a lengthy written stance from the CEC on this issue, laying out the unintended consequences of the motion. In addition, the branch has already been written to by the senior lay leadership of the Union with a timeline and a commitment to resolve these issues, with expressly the involvement of regional committees. We intend to keep to those commitments and work with the regions in good faith so that our people feel safe and supported during Rule 5, 5a and Rule 6 procedures. We hope that the region accepts reference back so we can do the good work we have already committed to do. On motion 33, the CEC is seeking to refer. GMB recognises the vital work that our reps give to the Union in supporting members and making work better, including in difficult and complex cases involving our members. We further recognise the impact this has on our reps and our staff. The motion calls for the creation of a representative welfare support hub for GMB Union reps. We would ask that the matter is referred to the CEC and its Finance General Purposes Committee for further consideration, including the remit of any hub as well as the cost of setting and running this service. Therefore, Congress, the CEC is asking that motions 30, 31, 32 and 33 be referred. Thank you.
Thank you, Donna. The CEC is asking for all of these motions to be referred. Does North East Yorkshire and Humber region agree to refer motion 30? Yes, motion 30. Thank you. Does Southern region agree to refer motion 31? Thank you. Does North East Yorkshire and Humber agree to refer motion 32? No. Okay. Right. Does Wales and South West region agree to refer motion 33? Okay. So we're going to go to a vote. Okay. Vote you do, yeah? Okay, so we're going to go to a vote on motion 32. The CEC are asking for you to go against motion 32. So can we... All those in favour of motion 32, can you please put your hands up? Okay. And against? It's lost. Okay, that's lost. I'm sorry, it's been lost. Okay, can we have the movers and seconders for motion 35, please?
bit. Hello, President, Vice President, Congress, Ava Payne, Southern Region, here to speak on motion 35. I'm going to speak briefly my take, which is not criticising any region or branch officer or department, because the motion is about making sure that when members move between branches and regions, the process is clear, transparent, and properly understood by everybody. So, the rule book gives all the fanciful stuff of how to do it, and I think we'll hear that from the CEC, so let me find another bit. In practice, apart from the rule book, many members have no idea about the administration of moving branches. So, especially when they pay by direct debit, they keep paying the direct debit, and as far as they're concerned, they're covered. But when they need to actually get support, newsflash, you're in a different branch, you're in a different region, you're in a different place. So all that I'm asking the CEC to do is, when they're looking at these rules, that they think of the lovely member, because they need to know where they are, who they are, and when they are in my branch or your branch. So we welcome the spirit of the motion in asking staff involved in transfers to be reminded of the rulebook process and to be given training where necessary, because this is about good administration and good governance, and most importantly, making sure members know what they're doing. So I therefore ask that, I therefore ask that when this matter is looked at, consideration is given to the clear reporting to branches and regions and simple communication to members so they understand what a transfer means, who supports them, and what happens next. Congress, I refer.
Thank you, Ava. Any seconder? Formally, thank you. Can we call the CCC? Paul Hunt, thank you.
Vice President, Congress, Paul Hunt responding on behalf of the CEC to motion 35. On motion 35, the CEC is seeking to refer. As the motion acknowledges, Rule 37.6 was amended by Congress 2025 through the CEC special report, it is possible not all regions have amended their processes. If there are examples that the relevant rule is not being followed, these examples and the motion should be referred in the first instance to the relevant regional secretary or regional committee. Therefore, Congress, the CEC is asking that motion 35 be referred. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. Does Southern Region agree to refer motion 35? Thank you.
Thanks, Sonia. Just before we go on, can I have the movers of 230, 236, 237 come to the front? But just to give you a heads up, we're going to move motions 248, 249, 250 and 251 to tomorrow morning. So just because we want to finish on time. So please, I'm sorry if you've got your speeches prepared. It just gives you another evening to practice them, and then you can come tomorrow and be exactly on time. Thank you. Can we have the mover of motion 230, please?
Congress. Paul McCartney from London Region, first-time delegate, first-time speaker. Moving motion 230, no seconder. This Congress notes after its election in July 2024, the Labour government has failed to fulfil its pledge and GMB policy to repeal in full the Trade Union Act 2016 or lift the ban on secondary action voted on at GMB Congress in 2025. Although Labour's employment rights are receiving royal assent on the 18th of December 2025, while the Labour government proclaims that the vast majority of the Tories' 2016 Trade Union Act has been repealed, a repeal of restrictive strike laws, minimum service levels, the Strike Act minimum service levels in 2023 was repealed, removing controversial work notices that previously worked in border, fire and health services to work on strike days, to name a few. What it doesn't put into its press briefings is that the most restrictive aspect of that legislation, the undemocratic 50% strike ballot turnout threshold, remains because it is legally tied to the introduction of electronic voting. This Congress calls on the CEC and the senior management team to fully recommit to working in collaboration with our like-minded sister unions and the TUC to take appropriate actions to help persuade and pressurise the Labour Party into implementing further legislation as a matter of urgency that will help strengthen rights and the freedoms for unions and workers and will mean the repeal of the remaining anti-union laws. Please support this motion. Thank you.
Well done, Paul. Seconder? Seconder? Oh, thank you, London Region. Mover of 236.
Good afternoon, Congress. It's Sue Atkinson of the proud North East Yorkshire and Humberside, moving motion number 236. It might seem strange to some of you that this motion has come from a big general branch like mine. It might even stranger when you note that our political officer cap is so tight with a political fund, hardly anybody gets a look in. But we have brought it here today because of our experience on the ground. I am so proud of my branch, it's an extremely active one. Over the last year, we've taken on Tetley Tea and nearly created a Christmas crisp crisis, was a bit of a mouthful, by taking KP workers out on strike. We've supported dozens of industrial actions. More than once, we've reached out to our local politicians for support, only to be roughly ignored. This despite the fact that so many local councillors proudly declare themselves to be proud trade unionists. In some ways, I've become used to disappointment when it comes to my local council. Maybe I just shrug my shoulders. But in the way some councillors come and ask us to support them in their election campaigns. Congress, I believe that our political links with the Labour Party, I believe the union misuse this politicians' connection to improve our lives of working people, but the support can never be unconditional. This motion is simply to make sure that we support candidates who support our values and deliver our members. So please support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Susan. Seconder?
President Congress, Anthony Jackson, D30 branch,
Durham, North East Yorkshire and Humber region. Seconding our motion on how we manage our support for councillors. I don't want to make this about party politics. I'm not here to have a debate on the value of our political fund. Instead, I'm here to make the case that we should only use our political and industrial power to support and seek to be the political leaders of our movement, only when they back ordinary working people in our fights. That's because we can't allow our members to be taken for granted, as it often is. But more importantly, support that isn't really based on our demands and priority is not real support in any meaningful way. Across the North East, we recently lost hundreds of Labour councillors. Far too many of them have become completely distant from our members. If we are serious about having our voices heard, we must have those serious conversations and keep them honest to the values of the Labour movement. Congress, let's keep councillors connected and accountable to us. Please support this motion. Thank you. I second.
Thank you, Anthony. Does anybody wish to speak in opposition to either of those motions? Thank you, Midlands. You've informed us that you're withdrawing your motion 237. Thank you. No, in that case, can I ask Dean Gilligan from the CEC to reply, please? Here he comes. And then 241, 242 and Composite 11, if you could be ready as well.
Just had to redo my paperwork. Okay, hello Congress, how you doing? President, Congress, Dean Gilligan of the CEC responding to motions 230 and 236. On motion 230, the CEC supports the motion with a qualification. The qualification is the motion refers to a failure to repeal in full the 2016 Act. The CEC recognises that significant elements have already been repealed, and Congress should acknowledge that progress while continuing to press for further reform. Any campaign, activity, joint initiatives or expenditure arising from this motion must be authorised through the Finance and General Purpose Committee in line with Rule 3, actually. The CEC will continue to pursue removal of 50% turnout threshold alongside the introduction of secure workplace and electronic balloting, recognising that legislative sequences may affect implementation. Congress should also recognise the long-term structural reform, particularly the expansion of sectorial collective bargaining, represents a transformative objective for the trade union movement and may deliver more sustainable gains than piecemeal repeal alone. Subject to these qualifications, the CEC supports the motion's call for continued engagement with sister unions, TULO and the TUC, to secure further strengthening of trade union rights. On motion 236, the CEC supports the motion with a qualification. The qualification is that any work to develop, communicate or review expectations of GMB-supported councillors is more appropriately delivered at regional level. Regions already undertake this work in a variety of forms, tailored to local political context and political education arrangements. The CEC therefore supports the intent of the motion, but qualifies that, 1, any framework or guidance must be developed through existing regional political structures, and 2, oversight and review of councillor conduct will continue to be managed regionally rather than through a new national process. This ensures that support for councillors remains responsive to regional political landscapes while maintaining consistency with GMB values and strategy, and potentially the conflict of practical realities elected representatives operating across large constituencies or parliamentary responsibilities. Political endorsements and support decisions must remain subject to the union's rule. Congress, political strategy and the democratic process within regions, while the CEC supports strengthening the accountability and engagement between representatives and branches. This must be achieved through guidance and political organisation rather than rigid mandatory criteria. For these reasons, the CEC asks that motions be... That's the other one. Right, that's been gone. That one's gone. Listen, therefore, CEC is supporting with qualifications 230 and 236. That made a mess.
Well done, Dean. It's been a long day. Does London accept the qualification on motion 230? Thank you. And does North East Yorkshire and Humber accept the qualification on motion 236? Yes? You're going to be louder than that, North East Yorkshire and Humber. I'm taking that as a yes. Okay, all those in favour of motion 230, please show. Thank you. All those against? That's carried. All those in favour of motion 236, please show. Thank you. All those against? That's also carried. Thank you. Moving on to political democracy and constitutional reform. Can I have the mover of motion 241, please?
President, Vice President, Joe Smith, North Western Irish Region, speaking on motion 241. Congress, people with disabilities are among the most vulnerable population due to societal, environmental and systemic barriers that limit their access to health, education, employment and social participation. Congress, the UK government has faced increased criticism for its approach to disability issues. One of the major points of contention is the absence of a full-time disability minister for England. Currently, the role is part-time, which many disability advocates argue insufficient given the scale and complexity of the challenges faced by disabled individuals across the country. Wales, Scotland and Northern Ireland each have different systems for addressing disability matters. This further highlights the need for a coercive full-time position in England. Congress, having an appointed disability minister in government that's totally dedicated in matters that affect day-to-day lives of disabled individuals. Effective government representation. A dedicated minister can effectively represent the best interest of disabled people across government departments, ensuring that their voices are heard and considered in policy making. Comprehensive policy development. A full-time minister can develop and oversee comprehensive policies that address the unique challenges faced by disabled individuals such as healthcare, employment, education and social services. Improve benefit systems. A disabled minister can help improve the benefit system, making it more transparent and accessible, which is crucial for disabled individuals navigating a complex system, like personal independent payments. Champion accessibility. A full-time minister can champion accessibility. Initiatives ensuring that disabled individuals can fully participate in society, whether it's housing, transport or public services. And addressing inequalities. A disabled minister can work on addressing inequalities and barriers faced by disabled individuals, ensuring that they are not left behind in the progress of society. These benefits highlight the importance of having a dedicated minister for disabled people in UK government, as it can lead to significant improvements in lives of disabled individuals and overall inclusivity of the UK. Congress, I am aware our General Secretary cannot knock on the Prime Minister's door and appoint a minister. There's never been a more important time in addressing this appointment as a Disability Minister with over 16 million people disabled. The time has come for the GMB to put pressure on the government and appoint a disabled minister, a minister who can solely focus on disabled needs. Please support I move.
Thank you, Joe. Thank you, Joe. Thank you, Joe. Seconder.
President, Congress, Conor Parkinson, North Western Irish Region, second the motion 241. As you can tell, this motion is very close to Joe's heart. In reality, it should be close to everybody's heart. Everybody here will know someone who is within the disabled community who may be voiceless. As GMB members, branch secretaries, reps, we are often the voice of the voiceless. And as a union, we should be advocating for the Labour government to be the same. In a time where people are more vulnerable than ever and where times are more uncertain than ever, we need to make sure that there is a voice with the best interests of the disabled community at heart. As before, with motion 12, everything that my predecessor said is absolutely true. I don't think any more information needs to be added. Joe spoke very eloquently, and I would like to second this motion.
Thank you, Conor. Mover of motion 242.
President, Congress, Margaret Lewis, Wales and South West Region, first-time delegate, first-time speaker. Moving motion 242. Congress, I move this motion on the cost of living crisis because for millions of working people, this isn't an abstract issue, it's daily life. It's a choice between heating and eating. It's parents skipping meals so their children don't go hungry. It's workers doing everything right, working hard, paying their bills, and still falling behind. Across our communities, we are seeing the same story. Rents rising faster than wages, energy bills eating into household budgets, childcare simply unaffordable for many families. And when people turn for help, our councils and charities, already stretched thin, are being asked to do more with less. Congress, this situation is not inevitable. It is the result of choices and it demands action. We recognise that there has been progress, but the reality is this. The response to this crisis is still too fragmented, too slow and too disconnected from the lived experiences of working people. Different departments working in isolation, policies that don't always join up, and too many people slipping through the cracks. Working people deserve better than a patchwork approach. They deserve leadership. That is why this motion calls for a senior figure at the very top of government with the authority and responsibility to bring everything together. Someone whose job, day in and day out, is to ask a simple question. How does this decision affect the cost of living for ordinary people? Someone who can coordinate across departments, challenge policies that don't deliver, and ensure that improving living standards isn't an afterthought, but a priority at the heart of government. Because right now, accountability is too easy to lose, responsibility is too easy to pass around, and the people who pay the price are our members, their families and the communities we serve. Congress, this role must not exist in isolation. That's why we're also calling for a national advisory panel, bringing people together, trade unions, local government, consumer voices and anti-poverty organisations, because the best solutions come from listening and from working together. And let's be honest, trade unions like ours already see the reality on the ground. We hear it every day from our members. We know where the pressure points are. We must be part of shaping the response. This motion is not just about creating a job title, it's about creating focus, it's about creating accountability, and most importantly, it's about delivering results. Real improvements in people's lives, real relief for struggling households, and real progress in tackling inequality. Congress, our members cannot wait. They cannot wait for departments to align themselves. They cannot wait for incremental change. They need action, coordinated, urgent, and effective. So let us send a clear message from this Congress that the cost of living crisis demands the highest level of attention, that working people must be at the centre of decision making, and that we will campaign, organise and hold the government to account until real change is delivered. I urge Congress to support this motion. I move.
Well done, Margaret. Spot on with your timing. Well done. Seconder, please, for motion 242.
Hi, President Congress, Joe Small, Wales and South West Region, and I'm seconding motion 242. And thank you, Margaret, for speaking on that. You were brilliant. I'm going to be repeating a lot of what you said, but not all. So I'm a first-time delegate and a first-time speaker at conference. Yeah. I wasn't nervous, but now I am. Last time I was in this hall, I was at a Labour Party Young Socialist conference when I was 19 and 3 stone lighter. Congress, I'm proud to second this motion because the cost of living crisis is not abstract. It is a daily reality for our members. It's choosing between heating and eating, dealing with rising rents and facing the high costs of childcare. Working people are being pushed to their limits. While there has been some progress, this motion highlights a clear gap. Responsibility is spread across departments with no single point of leadership, leading to delays and missed opportunities. That's why a cost of living czar matters. Not more bureaucracy, but clear accountability to drive joined-up action on housing, energy, wages and support. And a national advisory panel also will ensure the voices of working people help shape solutions. The motion is practical, necessary and focused on real change. Congress, if we are serious about supporting our members and tackling inequality, we must support it. Thank you.
Well done, Joanne. Does anybody want to speak in opposition to any of these motions? No? In that case, can I ask Simon from the CEC to respond, please?
Thank you. President, wonderful, glorious first day Congress. We're almost there. Simon Day, Midland Region, responding on behalf of the CEC to motion. Thank you. Responding on behalf of the CEC to motions 241, 242. On motion 241, the CEC supports the motion with a qualification, and the qualifications are: number one, that the motion refers to ministers' sole purpose being to make cuts and adopt language that may not accurately reflect the full scope of the ministerial role. While the CEC shares concerns about aspects of current policy, we must ensure our representations remain factually robust and strategically framed.
Number 2, that the appointment of ministers is a matter for the Prime Minister. GMB's role is to influence policy outcomes rather than dictate specific appointments. Our campaigning should focus on securing policy change that protects disabled people's rights and services. On motion 242, the CEC supports the motion with a qualification. Qualifications are: the creation of specific ministerial or advisory roles is a matter for the Prime Minister. GMB's focus should be on securing coordinated policy outcomes rather than prescribing particular titles or structures. Where existing cross-departmental structures already address aspects of affordability and living standards, GMB should seek to influence and strengthen those mechanisms, as well as advocating for improved coordination. Therefore, Congress, the CEC is asking that motions 241 and 242 be supported with the qualifications outlined. Thank you.
Thank you, Simon. Does North Western Irish Region accept the qualification on motion 241? Thank you. And does Wales and South West accept the qualification on motion 242? Yes? Thank you. I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour of motion 241, please show. Thank you. Anyone against? That's carried. All those in favour of motion 242, please show. Thank you. Anyone against? That's also carried. We're on to the last motion or composite of the day, composite 11. Can I ask the speaker from Midlands and then London to come up to the rostrum, please?
President, Vice President, hello Blackpool, hello Congress. Nathan Keatley, C36 Colville branch for the little region over there, the Midlands. Composite 11, MPs crossing the floor, crossing the line. The law states we vote for the individual. The reality is we vote for the party. This Congress calls on the GMB to campaign to change. If an individual moves over to a different party, whether MP or councillor, we believe a by-election of some kind should be instigated. My ex-MP, Mr. Bridgen, God love him, 4 different parties in less than 18 months. 30p Lee, Labour, Conservative, Reform. What's going on? I don't get how you can change your views so broadly. We need to know where people stand when we are voting for them. People vote for manifesto commitments, not manifesto betrayals. It creates uncertainty from the constituents. The voting public need protections from extremism when it comes to the far right. If those duly elected believe their voters have shifted with them, they should have no fear putting it to the test and putting the ballot paper out there. I move.
Thank you, Nathan. Seconder.
President, Congress, D. Walker, London Region, first-time delegate and first-time speaker. Thank you. I'm here supporting Composite 11. Congress, when you stand at the polling booth, you vote for the political party that aligns with your own principles and values, not the MP's personal principles and values. Yet when they decide they don't want to continue with their current political party's direction, they cross the floor to join another party, and their constituents have no choice in the matter. It should not be an automatic right that as a voter you have to follow suit. Voters should be given the chance to make that decision for themselves. We see this happen all too many times, and it is grossly unfair to the voters. Congress, this motion is asking for the Labour government to make it law that if an elected MP defects to another political party, it should generate a by-election in that area, giving democracy back to the constituents, our members. Congress, please support.
Thank you, Dee. It's not easy having to wait till the end of the day to do your first speech. Well done. Anybody want to speak in opposition to the motion? Composite? No? In that case, can I ask CC Speaker Maxine Butler to come to the stage, please?
President Congress, Maxine Butler, Wales and South West Region, responding on behalf of the CEC to Composite 11. The CEC is asking that Composite 11 be referred. The CEC understands the frustration expressed in its composite regarding members of Parliament crossing the floor and changing their party affiliation during the Parliament. However, the composite calls on GMB to campaign for changes to electoral law to maintain automatic by-elections in such circumstances. This is a constitutional matter relating to parliamentary procedure and electoral law which sits outside GMB's core industrial and workplace remit. Adopting this position would, 1, require detailed legal and political analysis beyond the scope of the motion, 2, potentially divert focus and resources from advancing workers' rights and industrial priorities. For these reasons, the CEC asks that the composite be referred to the CEC Political, European and International Committee for further discussion and consideration. The CEC remains committed to promoting democratic accountability and high standards in public life through policies that directly advance the interests of working people. Therefore, Congress, the CEC is asking that Composite 11 be referred. Thank you.
Thank you, Maxine. The Midlands and London regions agreed to refer on Composite 11. Yes? Yeah, I'm taking that as a yes. Okay, in that case, we don't need to take a vote, so that is the end of the business today. Before you go, let me just finish up. Okay, thank you, Congress, for I think what's been a really great first day. We've have had some fantastic debates, some fantastic speakers. I've counted 19 first-time speakers. Sonia and I hope to see you at the welcome event tonight, which is being held here in the Floral Lounge from 9 o'clock. Please come through the main Winter Gardens entrance in Church, through the Church Street entrance. Okay, and the doors will be open at 8:45. There won't be food provided, so please do make sure you get some food beforehand. And then Congress colleagues will be starting at 9 o'clock tomorrow. So please get the hall in good time. 9 o'clock. Okay. See you tomorrow. Oh no, see you tonight.